Can y'all stand first, please? Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the Hendersonville Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting for September 23rd, 2025. It is just a hair past 7 p.m. We're going to open our meeting as we typically do. That's with a prayer and the pledge. And providing our prayer tonight is Executive Pastor Drew Alton. He is at Indian Lake Peninsula Church. Pastor Alton, we appreciate very much what you and your church do for our community and have been doing for a long, long time. Thank you for leading us in prayer tonight.
Mayor and Alderman, thank you for allowing me the privilege to being here and for opening that. Let's go to the word, Lord, in prayer tonight. Lord, we come to you this evening to start this meeting by inviting you into this room. Lord, we pray for Brent Hunter and the leukemia that he faces. We ask, bring healing upon his body. Lord, we thank you for those who serve our city in various ways, from our first responders to the folks who even help dig our ditches for our water. Lord, we thank you for each one. And Lord, we thank you for this forum that we are allowed to speak into our government and for those who serve as our local government. Lord, your word reminds us that if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask God, who gives generously to all. And may we recognize that we do not have your wisdom, and may we seek it. And Lord, we pray for this time now to be a time of peace with open hearts, calm attitudes, and a mind focused on the greater good of all mankind. And Lord, we pray these things in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. And again, that was Drew Alton. He's the executive pastor of Indian Lake Peninsula Church. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'll entertain a motion. We accept the agenda that was provided to you in your packet. We have a motion from Alderman Garza, a second from Alderman Sassy. Any discussion or any suggested changes? All those in favor of approving the agenda that was provided to you for our meeting tonight, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Next, we have a couple presentations. I'm going to ask Deborah to meet me right over here. So we do this every year, and maybe this year it has a little bit more significance in it. And obviously, it says a lot about our nation that we have a Constitution that has survived for 238 years. Let me read this. Whereas September 17th, 2025 marks the 238th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuance of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and whereas all citizens of Hendersonville can observe Constitution Week by studying the Constitution and reflecting on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities which that privilege involves. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th, 2025 as Constitution Week throughout the City of Hendersonville, and I commend this observance to all of our citizens. And I'm presenting this to Deborah, it's not Deborah Maggart?
Yes, Deborah Maggart.
Okay, Deborah Maggart of the Daughters of the American Revolution, and I want her to speak a little bit about this. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alderman. So my name is Deborah Maggart, and I am the regent of the General Jethro Sumner chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution, and I'm delighted to be here tonight. And thank you all for recognizing our Constitution with this proclamation. Our chapter has been a part of Sumner County's life for 94 years, ever since it was organized back in October of 1931. We are proud to be the county's only DAR chapter, and we continue that long tradition of service today. Now, while the DAR is a lineage society, it is also much more than that. It is actually the largest women's volunteer organization in the United States. And here at home, we have over 165 members, and they are very active and committed. Just last year alone, we gave more than 10,000 hours of service. Those hours touch schools, veterans, active duty military, and local organizations that support women and children. When you think about American history, two documents stand out above all the rest: the Declaration of Independence, which declared who we are as a people, and the United States Constitution, which set up the framework of our government, a framework that has held strong for 238 years. In fact, our Constitution is the oldest one still in active use anywhere in the world today. Of course, everyone celebrates the 4th of July, but not as many know about the Constitution, which shines a light on the living document this week that protects our freedoms every day. And thank you all for recognizing Constitution Week. And because of the DAR in 1955, we petitioned Congress to officially set aside this past week as a time to reflect on our Constitution. If you would allow me, I'd like to close tonight with these powerful words from the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Thank you all, and again, thank you for recognizing this week, and again, our chapter very much appreciates it. And any of the ladies here tonight would like to learn more about the DAR, you'd be surprised, you probably do have a patriot in your family tree. I hope you'll get in touch with me. We would be delighted to help you figure out your family tree, find out if you have a patriot, and have you join our chapter. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Deborah. So I need a couple other women to come join me, please. Whereas the General Federation of Women's Clubs is a 134-year-old international federation of women's clubs with more than 60,000 members and is dedicated to community improvement by enhancing the lives of others through volunteer service, and whereas the GFWC International Day of Service, September 27, 2025, is a day in which all the GFWC comes together in service to highlight and raise awareness about ending domestic and sexual violence. And whereas the Women's Club of Hendersonville is an active chapter of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, and whereas the GFWC Women's Club of Hendersonville will engage in various activities and events in partnership with other organizations to publicize and support the mission of ending domestic and sexual violence, and whereas the GFWC International Organization has designated Saturday, September 27, 2025 as the GFWC International Day of Service for the state organizations and club members to create awareness of the critical issue of domestic and sexual violence within the United States. Now, therefore, I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, do hereby proclaim September 27, 2025 is GFWC International Day of Service to end domestic and sexual violence throughout the City of Hendersonville, and I commend this observance to all of our citizens. I'm going to ask for Dare to speak a little bit more about this. So let me get out of the way there. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dare Latour, and I'm the president of the Women's Club of Hendersonville. And other members in attendance are Rachel Collins, Linda Bolt, Paula Fortner, and Dee Dee Pinson. Women's Club has been serving Hendersonville for over 50 years, and we thank you, Mayor Clary, for this proclamation. We would also like to bring awareness to the community that help is available for domestic violence victims through the 24-hour hotline provided by Home Safe. We will spend Saturday, the International Day of Service, tying purple ribbons around the trees on the greenway behind the library and the greenway over by Saunders Ferry. So if you are out that way, we hope that you see that. And the purple ribbons will be around the trees, and they will have cards with the hotline attached to them. And we just want to thank you again, Mayor and Alderman, for this special recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Next, we have a public hearing to hear comments on Resolution 2025-32. This is a resolution on the proposed plan of services for property being annexed located at 1765 Avant Lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee, south of Old Drakes Creek Road and west of Avant Lane. So we have several people who signed up for it. Let me read the rules for this. But when you speak, since this is a public hearing, you should only speak about the annexation, about this project on Avant Lane. We have citizen comments later, and that we're more flexible there as far as what the topics can be. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. Public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, which time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to aldermen, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks shall not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. Gary Dyes, Drakes Creek Road.
Thank you, Mayor and Alderman. My name is Gary Dyes. I live at 1409 Drakes Creek Road. And I will admit early that I may be between two topics, but I want to try to address a topic that I know all of us know about. And while it does relate to the development, it also is much larger, but I'm going to start with the development. My topic is our massive loss of Drake Creek property driven by a lot of growth. Now, I want to use a piece of data that, and you guys may not like data as much as I do, but last night or this morning we had a rain from 1:48 to 2:48 a.m. And you're saying, why am I talking about this? Well, that rain gave us a half-inch rain. Now, half-inch rains used to be abnormal in our area, but they're quite normal now in an hour. But why I bring this up is because Advent Farms, we're going to take that 38 acres and convert 18 of it to homes, and about another acre of it is going to have more concrete and asphalt and other things. So if I were to look at that half-inch rain that happened today, and I do use a calculation that your guys in the water department can, it's called peak runoff rate. That land as it is today would generate about 3,700 gallons per hour of water that would dump into the creek. Now that's irrelevant by itself, right? But if I put a development on it, on that 19 acres, we would dump 17,000 gallons of water back into Drakes Creek. You can see, and the reason is quite clear, we're covering all the land with non-absorbing capabilities. Now I want to step back. Our community has grown beyond measure since 2012. In 2012, if you use this same calculation on what I call the Drakes Creek corridor, which is from Drakes Creek from Long Hollow Pike to the passover at Indian Lake, 1 mile wide on each side, that's 5,000 acres, give or take. In 2012, if we had a 3/8 inch rain, by the way, a 3/8 inch rain by our federal government considers that a massive rain per hour. We have lots more than that per hour. But in 2012, if we had a 3/8 inch rain, we'd have dropped 500,000 gallons of water in Drakes Creek per hour. Today, we dropped 25 million gallons of water in Drakes Creek today, hence our massive amount of erosion. Now, like I said, Advent is going to be minute to this, but my message to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, is that we're not looking at our growth incrementally or additively. We're looking at each project separately, hence our huge challenge that we've got with erosion. My backdoor neighbor is the city. You own 38 acres behind me, and you're experiencing the exact same erosion that anybody that living on Drakes Creek has. As a matter of fact, I have a neighbor that just spent a massive amount of money to repair his. And if you use his math to repair all of Drake's Creek between the overpass and Long Hollow Pike, it would be a $2 million plus project. A huge amount of money to repair the lake. Now, that said, we can't repair the creek. You know why? Because it's a Blue Line Creek. The Corps of Engineers manages that. However, I'm not so certain they're managing it now. So I'm going to close with a quick comment because I could go on for hours on this topic because this is something near and dear to my heart. But I'm going to close by saying everybody probably has heard of Isaac Newton, and he had a phrase that I'm paraphrasing. He says, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Growth is great, but there's a reaction. For us, on Drake's Creek, it's massive erosion to our property and to your property, Mayor. So I would request that we ask the Corps of Engineers to do an environmental study on Drake's Creek to make sure we're not destroying a creek that God gave us centuries ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gary. Hannah Gardner, Misty Way.
All right, hi there. First off, I want to thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Hannah Gardner, live at 103 Misty Way. I'm going to speak from my notes that I put. So first off, so we bought our home 6 years ago and moved out here from Nashville because we fell in love with the small town charm of this city. We had many homes within the neighborhood that we were looking at, and we fell in love with this field, mainly because of the cows and, the sunset and goats and all that. And I loved raising my kids in front of this farm. So moving from Nashville, though, where my view was of a laundromat and extremely congested Charlotte Pike, this field was a breath of fresh air. I'm opposed to this massive development. I'm not opposed to some form of development. I want, my neighbor, Mr. Avant, to be able to sell his land. I want to make that first and foremost. But I'm opposed to this massive development for two main reasons, both of which are extremely important because they involve the safety of my children, one of whom is right there, who I'm embarrassing by pointing out. So the first is, as my fellow neighbor said, the stormwater issue. As I said, we've been there for 6 years, and that fun creek that my children play in floods over that street, Avant Lane, almost once a year. Where's that water going to go when we take it away this beautiful property, or at least put 61 homes on this property? I understand that there are ways of remediating this excess stormwater, but even with current remediation in place, the fact of the matter is that this creek is still going to flood. And again, where's that water going to go? Like my neighbor said, you can only dig so many holes. Secondly, probably the most important, we bought this home. We love the idea of it being a quiet street. It dead-ended onto Avant, which again, we were promised would be a closed street. We got a great compromise with it being a field, or a park road, excuse me. But cars still fly by. And it's my understanding that it's the development, I'm trying to remember which, but that you all want the entrance to this development to be off of Misty Way, and that terrifies me. We already deal with cars flying by, and we have almost 12 kids on our street, 13, I think in 2 weeks, and we love this street. I had to peel my daughter off the street to come into this, and I'm worried that the sense of community and freedom that my children have will disappear because I won't let them play on a street that's connecting to another neighborhood. So, again, I want to reiterate, I want my neighbor to be able to sell his property. That is fair. But I want it to be developed responsibly. So please consider changing the entrance to a proposed development off of the two side streets, Kinsley and Misty Way, and consider where all this rainwater is going to go. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you. Debbie Center, Edinburgh Lane.
Good evening. Debbie Center, 107 Edenburg Drive in Hendersonville, Ward 6. Thank you, Eddie and Mark. Those are my aldermen there. I also have a couple handouts for everybody up there. If I gave them to Mark, could he pass them down? Thank you. So I've already emailed everybody about the traffic, so I'm not going to be here to talk about the traffic, even though it is a huge issue, and I would challenge anybody that does not think that these are very dangerous intersections exiting and coming into Durham Farm subdivision. I challenge you to come during rush hour morning or evening traffic, because it is a nightmare, and there is kids that go to Beach High School that are trying to get out on New Shackle Road, and because the line is backed up all the way to the the roundabout in Durham Farms, they're taking chances getting out there every day. I've seen them sit there, and because 5 minutes has passed, 10 minutes has passed, all of a sudden they just gun it and go, and there's been numerous close calls there. So besides the traffic, I want to talk about something that I gave you a handout on that I'm not sure anybody has taken into consideration. So the city of, and this is on the city of Hendersonville's website, that the endangered salamander, streamside salamander, is actually in Drake's Creek. And it has, it's a protected, under the Tennessee state law, along with its habitat. It reached the designation of state endangered in 2018, and that creek runs along the entirety of the subdivision that's being proposed on the north, south, and west of Drake's Creek, and that's where the streamside salamander lives. But a petition to list the species federally was filed in 2010, and the U.S. FWS was to make a proposed determination in 2023 as to whether to put it on the federal endangered species. But as of 2023, I'm not sure where that's at, but it's not been designated yet. So when building near a creek where streamside salamanders are found, you must follow regulations that are enforced by the TWRA, which is the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency. So this includes surveys and permitting, and the TWRA requires that 2 surveys be conducted between December 15th and March 15th, and at least 45 days apart. There is also an agency review with the TWRA to determine potential impacts and necessary precautions. The construction restrictions are that there's a seasonal work ban when this salamander is in this creek. And that work ban runs from December through June. So the developer only has 6 months to build these houses, basically every year. So that's 6 months out of a year where building can take place. And there's also an expanded stream buffer requirements to prevent disturbance and erosion. There's a riparian buffer zone, and there's a standard buffer. The standard buffer is 30 feet on streams adjacent to construction sites. There's an endangered species buffer, which gets expanded beyond the 30 feet to offer more protection for the endangered species. There's also a no impervious surfaces within the buffer zone. So no pavement, no permanent structures, and no septic systems. There's also a protection of vegetation in this buffer zone that must protect the native vegetation, which is the habitat for the salamander when they are not in the streams. There's stormwater and erosion control, and there's also stormwater discharges must enter the buffer as sheet flow rather than concentrated flow to minimize the erosion. In conclusion, because I'm running out of time, there is an endangered salamander in the creek with state protection, and the proposed site for development is the salamander's habitat when not in the creek. The streamside salamander population has been declining due to habitat loss from development and agriculture, and state laws for the protection of this species must be considered when voting for this proposal.
Debbie, thank you.
And that is why I'm asking you to vote no.
Next, we've got Gary McCarney of Championship Place.
I'd like to thank you, Mayor and Aldermen and women, for allowing me to speak. My name is Gary McCarney. I live at 109 Championship Place in Durham Farms. As a resident of Durham Farms, I live a few homes from Avant Lane. I walk my dog and ride my bike daily on that road, so I think I know it pretty well and what transpires down there. I walk my dog generally after 11 at night, and I walk her again about 7 in the morning, so I see that road all day. I also want to say that, same that's already been stated, I fully support Mr. Avant's right to do what he chooses to do with his property and to sell it. I don't have any objection to that. I think even though I moved in knowing that that was there, I fully believe that at some point it was going to be developed. What I'm concerned with is that there are more suitable approaches to developing that land, given the problems that 61 homes will create. I'm concerned that there's been a broader adjustment to the development goals of the town as we talk about these things. There was a development moratorium previously being considered, as I understand it. The two roads that are most affected by this proposal are Drakes Creek and Old Drakes Creek. And they were already under review for improvements related to congestion down at Stop 30, which is into Drakes Creek, and also off of New Shackle Island. So we're talking about considerable impact that we already knew we had a problem before this was ever proposed. Both projects that we've talked about, or have been talked about in the past, are estimated to be 3 to 5 years per the planning board. So approving this development before those upgrades are in place is only going to exacerbate the situation. It's going to make it much worse. So as a question, I would say we need to determine how serious we are about addressing our infrastructure issues. Do we want to compound them before we solve them? So that would be the first. The second, as has already been stated, is I have concerns about the flooding and the proposed mitigation plans. If those plans involve elevation changes, we're looking at more runoff onto Avant and other areas because the water will have no place to go, particularly in a development that is packed this tightly together. It's going to be an elevated area. The water has to go around it. So we've got the issue of runoff and stormwater impact. Avant Lane is a 15-mile-an-hour park road. Speeding is a daily issue, and I hope you will accept me at my word, but I ride a bike daily on a circuit on Avant. I know I don't look it, but I do. I do 5 to 7 miles, and part of that circuit involves going down Avant 4 times. I have a bike computer, so I'm able to determine my speed. I can tell you that in the 3 years I've been here, I do 15 miles an hour down Avant, and simply because I can't go any faster, but I do 15 miles an hour. And I will tell you that I have never had any traffic behind me, but I've had people aggressively go around me constantly for the last 3 years. So we've already got an issue on Avant as far as speeding, as far as the traffic goes. 15 miles an hour is not recognized by anyone apparently except myself and perhaps some other bikers. And we need to consider that. What's really going to happen to Avant? I did send each of you an email. With that email was a video. Hopefully you got it and had a chance to look at it. What you saw on September 13th was a very, very small sampling and certainly not the biggest problems we've had in terms of congestion that, number one, also involves everyone parking on the grass where they shouldn't be along the rugby area, but also parking in Avant. And generally that can go down 4 or 5 blocks when we have some of these big events that are held there. So what you saw is by no means representative of the larger events, but it does illustrate the problems that we have on Avant. The addition of 50 parking spaces and the addition of 50 parking spaces and minor road improvements, we've got 3 to 5 years of construction coming. The amount of money proposed by the developer, I don't believe will even cover that road.
Gary, 30 seconds.
Okay. It was stated in the planning meetings I attended that our desired housing density is 1.0. The proposal is 1.7. And I took serious objection to people in that meeting twice saying that 1.7 was only slightly over 1.0. I'm not a well, I have an accounting degree, but I'm not terribly strong in math. That is a serious overbuild based on what your desired density is, and I would ask you to reconsider.
Gary, thank
Why
you.
not bigger homes, same tax base, less space taken up?
Thank you, Gary. Next, we've got Dara Macias of Catalina Way.
Good evening, Mayor, Aldermen, Alderwomen. Thank you for having me. So my family and I have been in Durham Farms for over 7 years. We've watched it grow, we've seen the changes in the neighborhood, and we've seen it develop. And at this rate, it's reminding me a lot of the area where I grew up. I grew up right outside of Atlanta, Georgia, in the suburbs. Atlanta, we all know traffic very well. And I saw the same pattern. I've seen the horse farms in Atlanta, and slowly things dwindled away. The green spaces went away. The last horse farm finally went away. And we're seeing that here with the development. Now, I understand that development it's unavoidable. It's going to happen, but I think that the infrastructure needs to be in place. We've seen the traffic, as everybody mentioned. I'll kind of jump to that really quickly, but if you add 60 homes, that's at least 120 more cars. Then you have the teens on top of that. So when you look at the math, that's 180 plus cars. And then trips daily, you're looking at 640 trips down this small little lane. As I mentioned previously, take a weekend, go down Avant Lane, you're gonna see the traffic that's just unavoidable, especially with the park there and the different sports that are taking place. Flooding, it's an issue, and this is not gonna help. They're gonna build it up, and then you're gonna have even more issues. One proposal that was just mentioned by Gary is potentially having larger homes, less homes, higher quality. Durham Farms has done a really great job in terms of the aesthetics. So getting a builder in place that's gonna have the larger area, less flooding, and also property value keeping and retaining. Schools. My son attends Burris, and then next door is Knox Doss. And as Durham Farms has been built out and the surrounding neighborhoods, the schools are hitting max capacity, which is a concern. And then Durham Farms is not even complete with more families moving in there, and then the babies and the small kids that are going to be adding to this issue. So right now, a lot of families are moving to Sumner County because of the great schools, but if you lose that quality, then you lose tax revenue, you lose the value. So we have to look at the big picture. So I hope that, I understand that growth is unavoidable, but I do hope that you consider and take infrastructure into account. We're not ready for 60 more homes. I think that there's a different approach that can be taken. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dara. Helen Megabin, Drakes Creek Road.
Hi, I'm Helen, 1562 Drakes Creek Road, and I would echo some of the things that have been said, but Durham Farms is already one of the most densely populated areas in Hendersonville of single-family homes. Our lots, our yards are much smaller in square footage compared to the majority of homes in Hendersonville. And so to have more of that, that still would be tight square footage in high density. Based on what we have observed in the past, it seems myself and some of my neighbors, having come from other states, coming from other areas of the country, it seems we have a feeling of there's a lack of confidence in the commitment of the council, at the city, to get things in place. It seems like the infrastructure seems to be following the development instead of the other way around. And I do applaud that there has been a step back of 9 months to kind of put a moratorium on that to address that. One question is, we know this signal's coming in at New Shackle and Old Drakes Creek Road, and I hope that all of you have yourself test-driven that from all different directions, because it's dangerous any of the 3 directions to go, partly because there is a hill, there's a steep grade on Old Drakes Road, you got to get your car up and out fast, and also that curve where people come flying around when you thought it was already clear. And it is a concern with the young people in their cars going to high school with that, and they're certainly not experienced enough. So, and also I had heard that the city did not have the complete purchase of the properties next door or whatever, and I don't know if that's true or not. Also, the city had a great plan for a circle at Drake's Creek, Avant, and Anderson and Countryside that was killed. And I heard the project was killed by just one or two persons, the neighbors that didn't like it, and was just curious, is that a true statement or not? Because there's so many people that would have benefited from that circle. And I know that people coming into this new development on Avant, they may, without that circle, just go barreling through Durham Farms instead of trying to make that left turn opposing the traffic on Drake's Creek to go to Avant instead. So I think it would increase the traffic on Drake's Creek in Durham Farms. So again, I was just asking for what are the assurances that you are committed to infrastructure before a development would go a long way in giving the community, peace about the whole situation. I don't know, it could be you're a whole different group of people than you're just newer people than what we have seen for the past, or maybe you've had a change of mind. One thing that I found was curious is that public information on Realtor.com said that the property of 32 acres had an estimated value of $1,180,000, but it further stated that the property sold in 2018 for $6.5 million. So, if that was true, that in order for the developer to recoup that cost, he would have to be asking like $107,000 or $127,000 just for the lots before he even starts to build any house on it, and that just seems exorbitant. Century Communities is a very large home building company that is based in Colorado. And they will be here, they will build, and they will be gone. And finally, I wanted to ask, what does the city of Hendersonville have a long-term plan to keep us, the city by the lake, in
Helen,
terms
30
of,
seconds.
in terms of preserving the restful feeling that we have here? I was just curious what you could speak to that. Thank you.
Helen, thank you. Next, we have Janine Henderson of Championship Drive.
Hi, everybody. My name is Janine Henderson. I live at 115 Championship Place. I'm dealing with a really sore neck tonight, so if I bobble, I just want to let you know that's what's going on. Everybody here has basically stolen my thunder and talked about most of the things that concern me. I did send an email to all of you, and I know many of you read it because I had wonderful responses from you, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you. I know people are concerned about traffic, safety, construction. I have all those concerns. They're all in this paper. But I have to tell you, I think my biggest concern is having left a place, I felt like I needed to flee because this type of thing kept happening. And I grew up in a really picturesque Hendersonville-like city. My husband and I both went to school there. We raised our family there. Our kids went to the same schools we did. Some of them had, they had some of the same teachers, which, you know, I wasn't an early pregnant person. I started my family late, so that kind of was a memory and a tradition that I really hold dear. I would hate to see this city lose that character. That's probably above and beyond everything else that's been talked about tonight, and I know it's been alluded to by others. That's probably the single most thing that concerns me, is to lose that quality that make Hendersonville a place people want to live instead of leave. So I thank you all. I appreciate the time that you allowed me to speak. And I really appreciate the fact that you don't just listen, you hear what we're saying. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Janine, thank you. Amanda Marks, Misty Way.
I'm Amanda Marcus, 116 Misty Way. I'm a little short, so hopefully y'all can hear me. Oh, perfect. Okay. I've got some bullet points here, but I feel like pretty much everyone who spoke has hit these, so I'm just going to basically reiterate them. So the first one is traffic. Danger on Misty Way and Kinsley. So I do live on Misty Way right there at the edge, or at the far end, and we constantly have cut-through traffic. No one goes by the speed limit, and no one has concern, if they don't actually live on that street, of any children playing. Our kids, Hannah that spoke earlier, her kids, we all play in the street. They all get together. We have to kind of put cones in the street as it is to keep cars aware that there's kids and to slow down. The cut-through traffic, it kind of died down a little bit after they opened it up on Long Hollow to make a direct cut-through. So it did help a little bit, but I think adding those homes and adding that cut-through traffic, it is going to bring more cars. And as a mama, and maybe if you have children or grandchildren and they play in the streets with their friends, think about how you would feel if you have a bunch of cars that are adding to the traffic and you have to fear that every day when they want to go out just to play. And the biggest thing that we want to do is get our kids outside, not inside. So we strive very hard to, get out and play as much as we can when it's beautiful, and we don't want to have that taken away from us. Two, flood zone. When it comes to flood zones and all that stuff, it's kind of like way over my head, but it makes a lot of sense. Common sense tells you that if they build on this property, the water is not going to have anywhere to go. So I know the builder is probably building it up for those properties and taking those homes into consideration, but what about Durham Farms? We were there first, and so we need to take into consideration what it's going to do to our homes. The developer of the property, kind of the same as what Gary and Dara said, like if we're going to build, of course, they have the right to sell their property and, whatever they want to build. But it makes sense if we build reasonably and at a pace that the city can handle. Bigger homes, better quality, bigger lots, not 61 homes just thrown on a small piece of land. And then the other one is schools. As mentioned, the schools are hitting their max capacity. We're not even completed, and with all of the kids and the children added to the schools and the 61 homes, they would be at max capacity. And then driving to school, that is a nightmare already with the traffic again. But just mainly take into consideration everything that's been mentioned, because it does make a big difference. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you. Rick Wojak, Misty Way.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Aldermen, Alderwomen. I attended my first planning board meeting a few weeks ago, and I made some very interesting observations from that meeting. The majority of the board was very interested in a few things, and it became their main talking points of the whole evening. Impact fees, 61 homes, $3,600 per home, $220,000 for road improvement. Sounded really good, except Avant Lane is 0.8 of a mile long, and to improve that road, it's about $2.5 million a mile to fix that road. And these are generic numbers that you can go to any engineering site and get these numbers. So the home improvement, they're going to pay for 1/10 of the coverage. That would leave Hendersonville to pay $1.4 million of Hendersonville's pockets to fix the balance of the road. Second point, they were going to pave the parking lot. Again, engineering numbers. That parking area currently is 70,000 square feet, about $3 per square foot to pave it, $210,000. Where's that money coming from? Number 3, more development before infrastructure catch-up. As you heard everyone else, the infrastructure here has to be caught up before more development can be done. As you heard a lot of the residents, we're not against development. We'd like to see the infrastructure caught up to handle the infrastructure. A couple of the homeowners mentioned the design shows that the main entrance is Misty Way and Nightingale, or Nighthawk. So those are 2 quiet streets that are going to funnel the traffic into that development. What wasn't talked about was where are the people going to park during construction? Right now, when there's rugby games going on, they park all over the place. So they'd be either parking on Misty Way or Nighthawk. People talked about watershed issues, which is important, school load, and traffic load. So at this time, I'd ask the council to consider put a moratorium on it until infrastructure's caught up, and then relook at allowing development to go, or to take it out of Hendersonville and let them go to building 31 lots, which bigger homes, which will make it a lot less of an impact. And I think the people in Durham Farms would be more palatable with that concept, with the smaller development. So I'd just like to thank the council and the mayor for the time to speak.
Thank you, Rick. Charlene Allmiller, Ruland Drive, Ruland Circle.
Hi, I'm Charlene Allmiller at 143 Ruland Circle, and I just wanted to say that the salamander item that was mentioned in the TWRA studies that were discussed by a previous commenter are issues that should not be overlooked and probably should be considered before this is even discussed for annexation. The Brown House at the county level is currently dealing with that issue, and that was done in 2018. So just something to think about. Thanks.
Charlene, thank you. John Kenma, Edenburg Drive.
Good evening. John Kemna, 115 Edenburg Drive, Hendersonville. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Board of Aldermen. I'd like to begin to sincerely thank each one of you for the services you provide and the commitment that you give to our community, and also the thoughtful consideration of these 3 resolutions for 1765 Avant Lane, specifically the 61 homes that they are proposing to build. Tonight, I respectfully ask that these resolutions be voted down, clearly voted down. As I look around this room, I see it filled with concerned citizens and homeowners and taxpayers, many of them whom I'm going to make the assumption are opposed to this event. So it's a powerful testimony of the commitment and the dedication for the people and the people here. I think it speaks volumes, and we can't ignore this outcry from our homeowners here. So we've heard a lot of things already. People have talked, you can hear a lot of other things that are opposed to that. I live in Durham Farms also, as many of these people, and at some point, the city of Hendersonville approved Durham Farms. I didn't approve it, the city did. These people didn't approve it, they live there. But now we're facing with real issues, and you've heard a lot of them tonight. Issues that compound by additional development, right? We can't continue to build first and then try and figure out what the resolution will be after the fact. It's not sustainable, and it's not responsible planning. So as we take a let's take a step back. Let's listen to the voices in this room. Let's prioritize long-term health and sustainability of our community. A couple items, and a lot of these have been talked about, and I think this was touched. The moratorium on high-density development. It was on Tuesday, August 27, 2025, 4 short weeks today, that this Board of Aldermen approved a moratorium 10-2 to allow the town to catch up infrastructure and supporting building, supporting the development and the building department. Now, I know this is not a high-density property, but it's still doing the same thing. It's counterintuitive. We're saying, hey, don't build high density. We have an infrastructure problem. But okay, let's look at 61 houses. So take a look at that. Floodplain. We've heard a lot of that tonight. It lies in a floodplain. Half of the property is in a floodplain, which means they're only going to build the other half. So I think it's 32 acres. I've heard 36, 32. Pick a number. So you're going to jam 61 homes on, let's call it 15 to 16 acres. And with that, you're going to have a problem here with floodplain. Has there been a study completed and the impact of water runoff at this point? Question. Who will fund this study? And who will take care of the repairs after they're built? Impervious land coverage. The 32 acres is going to have asphalt. It's going to have cement. It's going to have sidewalks. It's going to have roads. It's going to have homes on it. Where's the stormwater going to go? The developer has included 50 parking spots that'll be paved at the rugby field. Where's that water going to go? Traffic impact. We heard a lot of that tonight. We all know the issues. There's an issue here. The board recognizes it here. The county recognizes it. The state recognizes it. They funded a circle or roundabout that was at the beginning of Durham Farms. Unfortunately, it got voted down, I think it was last year, maybe it was the beginning of this year. So you look at that, you look at New Shackle Island and Old Drakes Creek. We learned at the planning board meeting, or I guess it was the committee meeting, that it'll be 5 years before completion. Improve the intersection at Stop 30 and Drakes Creek, another 3 years are there. We have to hit the pause button here. Let's let the infrastructure catch up with the building. Durham Farms traffic impact here. I know I got 32 seconds. Misty Way and Kinsley, they will be the feeder roads to this new complex. These are small roads. I invite everybody to go drive their car down there. Keep their mirrors out and see if you can keep them there. It is narrow, not to mention the children that are playing there. I'll leave you with this last thing. Please consider this resolution. A wise man once said, the only way to get out of a hole is to stop digging. The continued building without the proper infrastructure is not helping the situation. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you, John. Robert Avant, Avant Lane.
My name is Robert Avant. I live at 1765 Drakes Creek Road. I'm glad the officers are here to protect my back. Esteemed aldermen and alderwomen, my family has lived on this property for over 110 years. It's been my home all my life. The street carries my family's name. My grandfather served in World War I in France, where he was an artillery sergeant. My dad did 20 years in the Air Force during the Vietnam era. My mother was also a sergeant in the Air Force. I did 24 years in the Air Force and was involved in Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan conflicts. I respectfully request you consider the annexation and the rezoning of my property I watched the city grow with so many large communities, and I've never stood in the way of the city growth. This product has been carefully designed and indicates transformations that will benefit the surrounding neighborhoods and the city as a whole. The plan gives Hendersonville a new parking lot for the rugby field. Plus, it gives city open space so the city can have a new park or sports field. Avant Lane, which solves parking issues, add much needed sidewalks, and provide protection from heavy rains. New homes in the product complement the city's beautiful character, including alley-loaded homes. Extra care has been taken to ensure the neighborhood has minimal impact on the community and contributes positively to the growth and quality of life. The city traffic issues will persist with or without this project. However, the developer has offered to make a financial contribution to the city, which is to be used to addressing traffic issues. The developer is offering a lot to the community, yet neighborhoods continue to push their personal agendas and also raise issues their own neighborhoods have caused. The developer of this project has provided many ways to help this area become a better place. The people that are opposed to this have offered no solutions, any contributions towards fixing traffic problems. They make no improvements. They just keep things the way they are. As an alderman, it's your responsibility to find opportunities to make the city a better place. The project meets that requirement. I respectfully ask you to consider the many benefits this project and approve the annexation and rezoning before you. Thank you.
Robert, thank you. Next on our agenda is the minutes from our September 9th meeting. I need a motion, please. We have a motion from Alderman Goodwin, a second from Alderman Dixon. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the minutes as they were provided to you in your packet, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. We have an abstention from Alderman Robertson, an abstention from Alderman Evans. Anybody else? Appreciate that. We're good. Okay. Next, we have citizen comments. We have 3 people signed up. The rules are the same as what we had before, and the first person is Robert Little, Raindrop Lane.
Topic tonight is Creekwood Lane safety and repayment concerns. Mayor Clary and members of the council, I'm writing to express the ongoing concerns regarding Creekwood Lane and to respond to recent Public Works letter signed by Ms. Locke concerning proposed pavement striping and traffic calming measures. While I appreciate the city's willingness to revisit safety improvements, the issues below require immediate clarification and action. 1. Documentation of previous rejection. The letter states that a pavement striping plan was canceled a few years ago due to negative feedback. I request a written copy of that rejection letter within 7 days. Was this decision properly documented in the city records, or was solely based on our aldermen? Residents deserve an official record. Recorded meeting comments. I recorded my meeting with the mayor 85 days ago because I feared there would be no follow-through. During this meeting, the mayor and I agreed that pedestrian accommodations would be included, and Alderman Robinson agreed to contact the street department to advance the project. To date, no action has been taken place. Also during this meeting, Ms. Locke stated that the city did a traffic survey, and during that survey, a camera caught a car driving 58 miles an hour in our subdivision at 8 p.m. at night. The MUTCD compliance and pedestrian right-of-way. The photo provided by the city for proposed pedestrian lane does not meet MUTCD Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices standards. The markers resemble highway center line striping, not a proper pedestrian or bicycle lane. The city letter does not mention the required width. National specifies a minimum of 5-foot pedestrian right-of-way, 6 feet they prefer. Yet Creekwood's plan appears to ignore these standards. Who decided on the 4-foot wide right-of-way? Where's the city ordinance? Nashville has one. 4, representation by Alderman Robinson. Despite repeated concerns about speed and safety, Alderman Robinson has not actually pushed for improvements. After asking how I liked the repaving, he walked away when I said it was so-so, showing little interest in why the work was substandard. 5, poor repaving and waste of taxpayers' money. The recent repaving of Creekwood Lane was poorly executed. I have photographs showing cracks already forming that will lead to potholes within a few years. Some streets in our small subdivisions were skipped entirely with no explanation. The roadbed was supposed to be rebuilt to improve drainage, but this was never done. As a result, draining rates were left low and then later had to be raised, adding unnecessary costs to the taxpayers. The city also paid for an asphalt sealer to protect the pavement, which will waste the money on a flawed surface. It is strange that a damaged street sign that was hit by a car was finally repaired after being seen on television that I called in 2 months ago. You can check the city's recording on that because I did it. Request for action, I respect the request that the city, 1, provide a written documentation for the previous striping rejection within 7 days. Redesign the proposed plan to meet MUTCD standards that include at least 5-foot, preferably 6-foot pedestrian right-of-way. Also rescind a letter showing the correct MTU markings instead of scaring people with the wrong striping. 3, tell the citizens of Creekwood and all the neighborhoods that the city cares about safety and that striping is just one of several ways to slow down traffic in subdivisions. Speed humps and lower speed limits per MUTCD explain why Creekwood has a higher speed limit than the rich area. Creekwood speed limit is 30 miles an hour where the rich areas are 25. 4, publicly explain the decisions behind the repaving quality, the drainage grade adjustments, and the asphalt sealer expenditures. 5, ensure the elected officials, including aldermen, actually advocate for Creekwood Lane safety. Here's the photograph that was sent to us. According to the standard of TDOT, lanes can be 9 feet wide, so there's plenty of room for 2 pedestrians right-of-ways. Why wasn't it shown correctly? The city spent over $1 million for Stop 30 development just for consoles. This is all we get. So why did they waste $1 million on Stop 30 development, which all these people
Robert,
should know
30
about?
seconds.
Thank you, and I'm going to give you handouts now.
So next is Charlene Allmiller, Rouland Circle. Why don't you hand them to me and I'll hand them out in a minute.
Here's your request for private information.
Just hand them all to me and I'll pass them out.
I'm talking to you.
We're-
Here's for all the aldermen.
Thank you.
I'm Charlene Onler, I live at 143 Rouland Circle, and I'm here to talk about 2025-16. The liability associated with paying out Chief Bush's vacation was created when BOMA passed Resolution 2025-20 on July 22nd, 2025. The accounting standard for including the accrued vacation in the budgeted expenditures is that vacation is more likely than not to be paid out. This standard has been met. First, I don't know any agency that can defend a position that an employee who is 100% vested in their pension is not probably or more likely than not to get their vacation paid out because they can retire at any time. Also, through a public records request, I've seen email correspondence from December 2024 to April 2025 where Chief Bush told the mayor and the CEO that he intended to use all his time and that the city gave him until 12/31/2026 before he would be subject to the policy limits. I did notice in these emails that the financial reporting manager was not included in these emails. Knowing that Chief Bush intended to use all his time, the budget should have included the related expenditure if and when BOMA passed a resolution that would force the chief to use it or lose it. So the city should allow Chief Bush to carry over his vacation time because, one, he was told via email that he would be permitted to. Two, he's earned it. Three, when he's earned it, those expenses would have created a corresponding liability. That scientific of every action has an equal and opposite reaction is called double entry accounting in accounting terms, and that's what would have happened whenever you had the expense. If the city has a liability, there should be no impact on the general fund to allow the chief to keep his earned vacation time. And if there is no corresponding liability for his earned vacation time, then I ask, first, what has happened to it? And second, how can the city justify not fully recognizing that liability when they were told that Chief Bush intended to use it? I would like answers to these questions, please, whenever you're discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. Next, we have consent agenda. We don't have anything there. And then we get to ordinances and resolutions. And the first item is reading of Resolution 2025-32. This is a resolution on the proposed plan of services for property being annexed located at 1765 Avant Lane in Hendersonville, south of Old Drakes Creek Road and west of Avant Lane. Alderman Martin, would you like to make a motion? We've got a motion from Alderman Martin. Do we have a second? And we have a second from, who is that? Alderman Dixon. Alderman Martin, would you like to speak, or should we go to Alderman Evans? Go
Alderman Evans.
Okay. Alderman Evans, go ahead.
Great, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to my neighbors, to those of us who live there. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for showing up at the meetings, and thank you for those who did speak. I know it's hard to get up and speak in a public forum like this, and you get nervous. I get nervous too, but thank you for doing that with eloquence and with passion and respect. Thank you. To my BOMA colleagues, I know that you've heard this. You've seen the emails from so many of them passionately sharing why they don't want this. And I want to pause here for just a second and thank you, Mr. Avant, for sharing and for speaking tonight as well. I do understand your concern. But I think the voices of all these neighbors deserve careful and thoughtful consideration. I'm not going to repeat some of the things because I had these on here, and several people spoke about the school concerns, and we do have that. Durham Farms is almost finished, but if you happen, and I heard people talk about Durham Farms, but there are other neighborhoods that feed into the schools there and that also feed into the traffic. Not only do you have Durham Farms that's finishing, you have Norman Farms, you have Norman Creek that are finishing, you have Drake's Point, you have Ivy Point, you have Fountain Brook. I might be missing one other one, but Autumn Creek. But you have all of these that are in that area, and that contributes to the traffic and also to the school issues. You heard several people talk about the storm water and the flooding issues. Debbie and I have lived there for 8 years, and there have been more than several occasions where we had to worry, could we get out of our neighborhood? On one side of it, you have Old Drakes Creek at the pumping station that comes out into New Shackle Island. It floods quite a lot. That's Drakes Creek, that's right there. It always floods at Stop 30. We know that, and hopefully that's going to be fixed soon. So we have to look for alternate ways to get in and out of there. So there is that. But then it makes a lot of sense what people say, that as you add more concrete, as you add more asphalt, it makes it difficult for that water to go someplace that it doesn't have any place to go. So there's the challenge in increasing the likelihood of flooding. You've heard about the traffic congestions and the problems. And, back when we talked about the transportation study and we were talking about the corridor of Drakes Creek, and we've heard anywhere from 9,000 cars on that road daily. Well, that was done a few years ago when Durham Farms wasn't complete, when these other subdivisions weren't complete. You didn't have the road opened up, Drake Creek all the way open to Long Hollow, where people use that as a cut through now. I heard just recently that now that estimate is 14 to 15,000 cars daily on Drake's Creek. It's not just coming through Durham Farms, it's all of these other neighborhoods that are coming there. Thankfully, we are addressing the roads. But it's been, when we first moved into Durham Farms, was 8 years ago, we were told that the roads were going to be improved. But here we are 8 years later, and it's going to be another 2 or 3 before we see the benefits of that, the fruits of that. But thankfully, we're going to have the intersection there at Stop 30 and Drake's Creek is going to be improved. We're hopefully going to get the light and the intersection at Drake's Creek, Old Drake's Creek and New Shackle Island done. But again, that's 3 to 5 years. But even with those things, there's the widening of Drake's Creek between Stop 30 and into Durham Farms. There's the widening of Avant Lane that is needed. There's all of these things that have to happen. Even Stop 30, something has to happen there. So I say that, and I know I don't have to say this, but I will because it was brought up a couple of times. Yes, a month ago we did have the conversation about the moratorium. And while I voted against that, I had my reasons for that. Many of you did vote for the moratorium. And while this is not a high-density issue, the spirit of the moratorium was that we wanted to step back, we wanted to pause, we needed to look at our infrastructure, we needed to work with staff and figure out, well, okay, what are our next steps going to be? We can't, in my mind, we can't a month later come back and say, okay, well, we're okay with adding more homes when we haven't initiated any plans to take care of the infrastructure and the roads. So there's that. It was also mentioned that a year ago we had the discussion about the roundabout. And I know that we had some lively discussion about that. And while I wanted that, and I do hope that in time that will happen, because I think that's the best solution for that. You had all these people, you probably had thousands of people who wanted that roundabout, who thought that was the best solution too. But yet, right or wrong, it happened. We had 2 property owners that made the difference. So you have the issue of hundreds of thousands of people saying they want something, but you had 2 property owners, and for reasons, but you had 2 property owners that didn't want that. You take this situation, it's the other way around. You have all of these people who don't want this thing, and it's hundreds and thousands of people versus a property owner. And again, I appreciate the Avant family, and you have one developer. So we, as a board of aldermen and mayor, we have to listen to our constituents. We have to weigh what most of our constituents want, and that's what they're saying. So there's the same thing here with the roundabout. We chose to listen to a few people versus many. We have to listen to the many in this one here. So while we know that there's progress going on, and we know it's going to happen, we have to put a pause on this. We can't do this when there's so much else that's going to be going on. And I will say we've heard a lot about the paving of the parking lot that's already out there for the rugby fields and for the flag football and for that driveway. Found out last week that we have a park grant that's been given to the city, and part of that money is going to be able to pave that parking lot and pave that road. So we don't need the developer doing that for us. And besides that, it's nice that the developer would like to give us some land. But to be quite frank, we have a lot of park land that we have in our city. And quite frankly, a lot of the park land that we do have is in floodplains. And we don't need another practice field or another parking lot that is going to be flooded quite a lot. So I'm begging you to
to vote no on this and to listen to the concerns of most of the citizens. Thank you.
Alderman Evans, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you, Alderman Evans, for excellent comments. For the audience in Ward 6, I've been your representative for 7 years. It was one of the greatest honors that you ever gave me to elect me to this position. I've tried to fulfill my responsibilities with dignity and with honesty and with courage. I've never been more proud to be the alderman in Ward 6 than I am tonight. At the way that each of you presented the case, you prosecuted your case well, but I also want to thank Mr. Avant. Mr. Avant, I go to church with your sister. I don't know if you know that, but I go to church with her. And I want to thank you for your family's service to our country. It was very touching for you to go through the litany of heroes in the Avant family that have served this country so loyally. So I want to thank you personally for their sacrifice and for their service to the country. So we're all looking for the magic way to implement smart development. Smart development. And I've come up with a 5-way test. Whenever I look at development projects, I use this 5-point test. First, are the homes that are being built compatible with the surrounding area? I'm not sure they are in this case. Number 2, is the infrastructure adequate, or will it be available soon for the new development? And I think we all know the answer to that. The present infrastructure is inadequate. The city is working hard on trying to make improvements, but as has been stated, especially the old Drakes Creek, New Shackle Island Light, I've worked on it for 7 years. When we started, it wasn't even on the drawing board. And with the help of Johnny Garrett, our representative, at least we got things moving, and now it is moving. But it's my understanding 12 pieces of property have to be purchased for this improvement. That's going to take a lot of time in negotiating, and hopefully they will sell the land for that. So while we're making strides, we're still a long way from getting the infrastructure ready. We got basically 3 choke points on Drakes Creek Road, all the way from New Shackle to Indian Lake. And the first choke point is Stop 30 in Drakes Creek, and we're working on that. We've allocated the money, and I think you can see as you drive by, you can see work being done on the utilities that are being installed there. The second choke point is the entrance of Durham Farms, and we tried to get a roundabout there. We even had the federal government going to pay for pretty much most of that project, but the wisdom of this board said no at this time. And then the last one is the Old Drakes Creek and Stop 30. Old Drakes Creek and New Shackle Island. So compatibility, infrastructure. The third test I use is citizen input. And my goodness, I don't think I've ever, since being an alderman, that I've ever received more emails opposing this development. I mean, my phone beeps all the time. In fact, last night my wife said, "Turn that darn thing off." You know, I've tried to respond to everyone that did send to me. So citizen input is very important. The third is a greater public interest. I have to look at not just this area, but the public interest of the whole city. And then the last one is density. I look at density. We've been told that the density of this project is 1.5 homes per acre, but it's really not. If you take away the floodplain land that they can't build in, it's more close like 5 units per acre. And to me, that's just too much density. We've got a limited amount of land in Hendersonville for development. And by God, I want us for that remaining land to put something that is a real hallmark to the city. So that, now this isn't my first vote, no, for development in this area. In fact, this is going to be my third vote. The first one was Norman Creek, which is in Ward 5. There was a proposal to put, I believe, 40 homes, additional homes in Norman Creek. I voted against that. That was right after we voted down the roundabout. And I said traffic was a concern. It's hard to get out on Anderson Road to Drakes Creek Road now. The second one is the conference center. The conference center on Stop 30. I voted against that because the overwhelming public support was against it, and we don't have the infrastructure there. And the third one is Watercress, the Watercress plan. I will be voting against it. I love to go to Cracker Barrel. I'm so glad that they didn't change their name and all that stuff. But when I go to Cracker Barrel, I love their biscuits. Now, I know my wife's listening, and honey, they're not as good as yours. But they're pretty good biscuits. And what I do when I get a biscuit for either breakfast or dinner, I open that biscuit and I put some butter on it and I put jelly on it, blackberry jelly. And I've learned one thing, you can put too much jelly on a biscuit. Well, this development is too much jelly on a biscuit. I just think right now, until we can see the light of day on some of these developments, that we need to hold off, that we need to catch our breath, and that you know, in the future this will be developed. I'm hoping that when it's developed, it's less than 61 homes, as many of you have mentioned. That's what I'm going to be fighting for. But Mark and I fight for you. I mean, we have voiced, I believe, sincere and honest objections to this development, and as a result of all of the points that I've made, I will be voting no on this proposal. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Typically, I don't speak on items like this. I just wait till we vote. But there's a little bit of a coincidence, a little bit of irony going on here. First off, we have a coincidence that we just recognized Constitution Week, and Mr. Avant and his family and what their service as country.
Amen.
I mean, you just read a history of our country when you talked about the service of your family right there.
Amen.
We appreciate that very, very
Yes.
much. I also want to mention that we've received emails and phone calls and text messages and had people speaking tonight. Nobody called anybody a name. Nobody questioned our integrity. Nobody said negative things about their neighbors. That's awesome.
Yes.
And the arguments that were received were very rational arguments. That just makes me feel good, and I appreciate that very much. Bob, go ahead.
All right. You're here, Mayor. Well said.
Yes. Guys, you see my name. I'm Ward 3, and so is Jeff. And Maskers has a similar situation going on. You know, you guys are dealing with Durham Farms. But what I want to say first is, I love when our citizens show up. Of course, I got all emails, but it's important. And I'm going to say this, and this is not a negative. Please show up when the roundabout comes back around. Please show up for that, because it's, from what I understand, traffic studies show it is the best solution for the interest of Durham Farms. I wish it was under construction right now, but it is right. 2 people did stop that. I was for this to begin with, just so you know, but I want to tell you why. Because where that property is located is really county property. And you will be having to go to county commission if this doesn't get annexed and have the fight. You'll have to go to the Sumner County School Board to talk about school, the amount of students in schools. So these are not easy items. I was for it because I would rather see Hendersonville, the city of Hendersonville, have control over what this property represents rather than the county. But, just so you know, I'm not for this. I'm going to support the 2 aldermen down here in Ward 6 because I see their passion and their love for their constituents. So I'm going to vote no on this too, but I want you to be aware of what, if the county controls this, and they do currently, they too could rezone that for 60 homes. They just can, and you're going to be fighting the battle again and again and again. So I would love to see this property annexed into the city of Hendersonville. I happen to agree that I am not for the housing plan as we see it, with other things going on too, like the flood zone. And your points, by the way, all your points here about flooding and stormwater runoff and salamanders. And by the way, TDEC is a government organization that can protect the heck out of the salamanders, trust me. But all those things would have been addressed in the site plan, which means, you know, a project's been approved, and every one of those items, which are your objections, I happen to agree with, would be, taken care of then. And so we got a bunch of really smart engineers and a bunch of really smart experienced people who would do that. I just wanted to share that with you because that was a lot of your emails, and all those things would be done at site plan. I just want to be clear on that because we probably won't pass this annexation tonight, and I don't believe we will, but the county could start tomorrow, and it's already zoned, and you'd have almost no say. You'd have to do this again, right? But I just wanted you to be aware of that. It's always not black and white. It's always not butter, biscuits, and jelly. But I will be voting no for this, but I just want to share that with you because it took me a while to get there. But I'm there now. Thank you.
Alderman Garza, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to both Alderman Garza and Roberson, who made me very hungry tonight. Really appreciate that. Yes, all of the emails and texts and social media messages that we've all received, I really do appreciate it, overwhelmingly. And I want to point out to the board while I'm thinking about this, everybody up here, if you didn't receive a lot of emails, go look in your quarantine, because I found about 25 there that went to quarantine. I don't know why they would go to quarantine, and we really need to look into that. So, because it's not mass messages going out. But all of the points that you've made, the traffic, the salamander, the school systems, the max capacity, basically with what we're doing right now with this vote is deciding whether we're going to annex that property. And I'm going to vote no. I can't support that. And I'm really sorry because you may very well, as Alderman Garza said, be having your speeches at the county commission meeting. And hopefully some of us will be there to help you and represent you. I appreciate our Ward 6 aldermen for their passion tonight, but I will be voting no as well. Thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Collins.
I want to echo some of the things that Alderman Garza said. First and foremost, thank everybody here for participating in the process. We need more of that. And if the roundabout or an alternative traffic solution for that area comes up, please tune in and show up. I know Ward 5, myself, I have some constituents that live down that way, and it was really important to me to get the traffic circle, but we didn't. I also want to thank Mr. Avant, and I'm saying your name correctly, Avant. Your daughter told me you're not French, you're rednecks. And it's Avant. So I've got that straight now. Everything you said was correct. Every 100% of what you said was accurate. However, I am going to support the community outpouring that we've had. Not without hesitation, however, because I think some people have the misconception that we're voting on whether or not to allow housing on this land. Housing is allowed on this land. It's in the county. It's zoned residential. It can have up to 42 homes on it, and the county would have no legal means of stopping that from happening. And because they are asking us for something to be annexed and to have a zoning established for that annexed land, we have the ability to negotiate with them. The county will not. So the things like the rugby field and the widening and putting curbs on the street and the money, while we appreciate those offers, but we're not really for sale up here, so it doesn't, I mean, it's nice, but, you know, but those things won't happen with the county, because why would they do anything like that when they have no cause to do that. But there are some things that, and I hope this doesn't sound condescending. I've been trying to think about how to say it without saying condescending. I don't think I'm going to pull it off. But some of the things that you talked about, like the bigger homes with bigger lots, I doubt that is a reasonable goal with it being in the county. Developers make money through density. They're allowed 42 homes. They told us that they had, in our committee meeting, they told us that they have a plan already, and that is for between 30 and 40 homes. So, I mean, that's probably what you're gonna get. And no legal means to negotiate that or anything else. But what I would like for you to ask for, ask your county commissioner to help you when it comes up to a site plan. Ask them to have an HOA. Ask the HOA to pick up the trash, the yard waste, and limb removal. Ask the HOA to adopt the same architectural standards that Durham Farms has. Like I said, the developer won't need anything from the county. So they have the right. They don't need any approval from the county. There's no grounds to negotiate. So if they grant you those things, it's a gift, but you should ask for it. Because you don't want a situation where there's not an HOA, there's no architectural standard, the trash is being picked up by private haulers, which means potentially every single day there's a different, some of them use trash trucks, some of them use pickup trucks or whatever, I don't know. They could be burning their yard waste and limbs. That is a standard practice in the county. So I would like for you not to experience that. The other thing I want to tell you, just a point of reassurance, is that while we do have a sign there that says Park Road, that's not an actual form of road that we have. It's a public street. The sign is kind of one additional way to deter speeding, which I understand is not going well. But I can tell you that you're not alone. We have speeding on all residential streets. I mean, there's a jerk that lives on every street. So it seems to me. But the risk of the speed limit changing on Avant, there's just not one. We would have no reason to change the speed limit on Avant. It's established. We're not going to be changing that. So that is not a concern that I would have. The county, like us, during the site plan phase, there's all kinds of studies that you have to do with stormwater drainage and flooding. Theirs are different than ours. So when we don't have control over this land now, we're not, I feel certain, we're not going to annex and we're not going to take control, and we're also not going to, control is the same as responsibility in this case. So this will be something you'll need to learn what the county commission does and their site plan for stormwater. But I know that they have, you have to do studies. And also, as Alderman Garza mentioned, TDEC is involved. So there are layers upon layers of permits that have to go through. And I can't speak to how well the county will protect you in that instance. I can only speak to what the city would do if it were in the city. And I'm proud of our staff, and I'm proud of our regulations, and I'm sure the county is equally proud of theirs. So just my takeaways on this is when it goes to the county, ask them to have an HOA and ask for those HOA bylaws to include trash, yard waste, and limb removal, and to adopt the architectural standards of Durham Farms. Thank you.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Keith Free, can you help us out a little bit, please? This is Keith Free, our planning director. Keith, what are our options at this point?
Hi. There's a couple things, because you have two items. You got the one item, which is dealing with the annexation, which is the plan of services. It's just the first step of the annexation process. So if it was something where BOMA was not interested in annexing, then it would really be two items, and Lance, tell me if this is maybe not correct. But you would take action on the plan of services, and then you'd need to take separate action on the proposal for the combined development plan. And pretty much if that failed, both of them, then it's both the annexation and the rezoning wouldn't move forward.
Are there any findings of fact that have to go along with a motion for the annexation?
Not with the annexation itself. You could just take action on it. There wouldn't have to necessarily be findings of fact. The Planning Commission voted to recommend the combined development plan, the rezoning. So if it was something where you were making a motion to deny that item, then listing at least some basic finding, which has been kind of expressed, but listing something at least in that motion that would be some base reason for it would probably not be a bad idea.
Okay, don't go far, please, because
Okay.
we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
We haven't heard from the developer. I don't know if the developer is here, if that person would like to speak. Now's the opportunity, or the property owner again.
Developer's right there.
Now's the chance. So if you would, just introduce yourself. Without objection, we're going to suspend the rules. I've had a couple questions up here. If you want to address them, that's great. If not, that's not expected at all. But it's totally up to you if you want to speak.
Good evening. I'm Josh Rowland, representing Century Communities, the developer on the project. We've listened tonight. That's one of the things we were here to do, is to listen. We were looking forward to some dialogue with the BOMA and the mayor to get comments, get your feedback. If there's things you wanted to see changed or altered, that was our goal this evening. We heard the concerns and the comments of the community, of the BOMA members. I think we're hearing what the temperature is on the project tonight. I know before we start any project, we like to reach out to the folks that represent the districts that we're in, and we did speak with Alderman Roberson and Evans before we even applied for this. And had we heard the additional comments that we heard tonight, then we probably would have gone directly to the county. But we appreciate those. We understand those heartfelt feelings, and we understand the comments from the community. And Councilwoman Collins, we appreciate your comments as well about our opportunities in the county. I mean, we feel like the proposed benefits that we were going to cover tonight are truly an offering from the developer to make this project a better project. The conceptual development plan that we have proposed this evening is an opportunity for us to do above and beyond what's required under base zoning. And we really felt like it's better for this project to be a part of Hendersonville. The lots that we're proposing are similar to the larger lots in Durham Farms. We don't have townhomes. We don't have duplexes. We're trying to be sensitive to how the project sits on Avant Lane. I've got 2 pages full of notes and a presentation, but I think it's probably better for the board to vote on the annexation, and if that doesn't pass, then we don't have a project to present. So, I mean, I would defer to Keith as well on kind of how the next steps go. Where did he go?
He's back there.
Go back. Okay.
So why don't you
and I'm here to answer any questions. I think what was also mentioned is, you have very rigorous criteria for stormwater. TDEC has very rigorous protections for salamanders. Those are all things we deal with on every project that we do. If it's, wetlands or habitat or stormwater, it's going to be less of an impact overall than before the project was developed. So with that, I'll just answer any questions that you might have. And
Stick by close. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, since, let's just say 2020, how many properties have we had come before us to annex?
Wow.
And did we annex?
2020?
I only remember, that's 5 years, so I've been on this board 5 years, and this is the first one that I recall.
Maybe 3 or so. Keith gets phone calls occasionally about that. I think only 2 have actually come to a committee or a board, and I don't think we agreed to either one of them. Keith, is that correct?
Yeah, we get requests for annexations quite a bit.
Okay.
Most time they just talk to me, and typically they're way outside of
Okay.
anything that we would be interested in. I think actually one of the last annexations that we did was where Drakes Creek terminates out into Long Hollow. There was a little piece out there of where that went to. For some reason, was never annexed in, even when Durham Farms was created.
Right.
So that was one of the last pieces that we did.
And it wasn't even a residential lot. It was just
Yeah.
basically the shoulder of the road, if I'm right.
Right, I do remember that.
And the only other little, and it was a small piece, was Forest Park. Remember that little piece after they had
I don't.
purchased easement for a sewer, and then we brought that into the city, and I believe that's about the last ones that we had.
Thank
Nothing
you.
big.
And I bring that up because we have been accused by the current commissioners in the county that we love to annex. And as I sit here in my 5th year, the end of my 5th year, I don't recall us ever doing that. So I wanted that as a matter of record today for the county commissioners.
Okay, Alderman Dixon, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Robertson.
So we heard several residents say, this is for the developer.
Okay.
Mr. Free. We heard several witnesses tonight, citizen comments, that they wish it would be fewer homes. So you say that you have a plan for the county. Are you at liberty to say how many homes that will be in the county, the plan?
I think somebody else said that we had a plan for the county. I said we would have pursued the county option had we known there would be this much pushback. So we don't have a plan drawn for the county yet. They have, as was mentioned, it's currently zoned for 1 unit per acre. Is the maximum density. And they have an option for a cluster subdivision, which is that use by right that Alderwoman Collins mentioned. They also have an option for a PUD rezoning, which is similar to the CDP process that we're here tonight presenting. So we don't know exactly what that looks like. I think that, 30-ish, 30 to 40 lot option is possible, but, they haven't been approving a lot of the PUD rezoning, so it's probably more the cluster development option that we would pursue.
Have they been approving cluster
That's a
developments?
use by right within the current zoning ordinance. You just have to meet all the criteria of the cluster. It's, the PUD is what would get, an upwards of that 40 units.
Does the planning commission have to, county planning commission have to approve that?
The PUD?
Yes.
Yes, and it would go to county commission.
Do they also have to approve the cluster?
It goes only to planning commission, but as I mentioned, as long as you meet the criteria of the cluster, it's a use by right.
So, could you build there 30 homes, be annexed in the city and make it work?
I don't have that answer tonight.
Yeah. Thank
I
you.
mean, there's a number below 61. I bet it's, it's not cutting, half of the density that we have.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Josh, thank you. Alderman Goodwin.
Well, Alderman Robertson just asked my question. I was going to see if you would be willing. I didn't know if it's appropriate or not, but would you be willing to reduce that number drastically and do homes similar to Durham Farms and commit to that here, to stay in the city?
Well, Keith would hold us to the same standards as Durham Farms, just like he is with this proposal. I want it to be clear that we are proposing the same quality and architecture as the larger homes in Durham Farms with this. As I mentioned, we don't have any attached housing. We don't have any of the smaller single-family lots that Durham Farms has. We were on the higher end with the same quality. And, you know, do an alley on Avant Lane where there's a lot of homes on Avant today that have driveways going right onto them. So we were taking all of the cues from Keith and his staff that they thought made the project as palatable as possible. And we were adding the benefits that have been mentioned. You know, we are going to build and pave a new parking lot for the park. We are going to build a practice field and walking trails that get the kids another place to play off of the streets, right across the way. We're improving Avant Lane with curb and gutter and sidewalks. As it relates to the stormwater, all of our flows on any impervious surface go into our stormwater detention ponds. They're released at a 72-hour period, which means water will enter the creek slower than it does today. There's no controlled flow of stormwater today, so that's part of TDEC and the city's requirements for stormwater. We have to release at less than the historic rate as it sits today. So there's a lot of control measures in place for stormwater. I know that was a big issue for the community.
Joshua, thank you. Alderman Goodwin, anything else?
So you're not willing to commit to a lower number tonight then?
Well, the number that was mentioned was 30, and I don't believe that is. We can't give all the benefits that we're giving with the number of 30.
Thank you.
Alderman Goodwin, thank you. Alderman Collins.
If you don't give benefits, can you, I know you can't answer this tonight, so this is a two-part question. But if you did not give the benefits that you have generously offered us, and you moved to 30, then if that were viable for you, and Keith, do they have to go through the whole process again? Can this be deferred, and is that too big of an alteration to come back? Because in my mind, if we had the same quantity of housing as the county had, I'd rather us have control over the development.
I mean, if we could walk away tonight with a clear understanding of a ceiling, we would request a deferral this evening and come back to you with a different plan that I think is still within the framework of the CDP. I mean, can we take 20 units out of this thing and say 40 is the cap, and maybe there's fewer benefits. We don't want to take all the benefits away, but I mean we're certainly open if the community and the board feels like there is a middle ground here. We would certainly like the time to explore that. This at 60 units, we were 3.3% of the greater population of homes in this area. There's 1,200 in Durham Farms. There's upwards of 1,800 homes in the vicinity. We truly felt like the smaller impact, and given that we're trying to be a quality addition, we're not Durham Farms, but we're trying to be a like quality addition to that part of the community. We want to be good neighbors.
Alderman Collins.
Yes, and I did read in our binders, it has all the information about like what percentage can the garage door be and all of that. And I didn't have the Durham Farms architectural standards, but they seemed the same to me. The idea that they're lower did not ring true. Keith, can you speak to that, please? So I just wanted to clear up that you weren't.
No, I'm getting ready to buzz his ass.
Yes, they would be, from what they propose, would be similar quality. Of course, it's just a concept, but what happens in the plan development process is the concept is put forward, and then if it eventually, gets final approval, and then they get to the point where they're ready to start building houses, then typically Those house elevations, they do change, but then what we do at the planning staff is we look at those, and they either need to be substantially exactly the same that was approved, or something that's substantially better. And so the bar that we're holding against is really the Durham Farm look, is what we're, it's not adopting their whole design standards, but it's getting that very similar
Yeah.
look. Yeah.
I mean, you don't want it to be exactly the same because you do want it to be distinguishable as its own character and everything. So, thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
And I can't like commit that I would support annexation at the level of 30 to 40, but I can tell you that I'm a lot more open to it.
Thank you, Alderman Collins.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Alderman Skidmore.
Yes, thank you. I really had not intended, I listened a great deal tonight. I hadn't really even intended to speak. So what was your name again? I'm sorry.
My name's Josh Rowland.
Well, Josh, I'm going to tell you something. This is just from me, in my district. And I heard this said tonight about, and I don't know if you said it or whether my colleagues from the right side of the aisle said it. There's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no middle ground of what it is. There's no gray. It's black and white to me. I've been on this board a long time, for probably over 30 years. I've been in this, and either in Ward 1 seat or Ward 3 seat. I'm against this project and I'll just tell you straight up, and I wasn't going to say anything, but I think we were being, this board, and I will admit, because you don't know me, where do you live? In Colorado?
No, I live in Nashville.
Okay, you live in Nashville. So you don't live here in Hendersonville, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, well then you don't know me. I'm a bad man. And I will tell you now, I don't mind being bad because that's why the people elected me. But we were being too nice to you up here. The point to us, and I think you get it, and I hope these residents down here get it, at least what they get from me, is the plan of service for you and those houses out there, my God, we don't even have one. If we do, we meet the minimum requirements of having a plan of service. And we got to be good on Sunday at church to see whether we can even make those requirements of service. We don't have adequate paving. Just going to be very blunt with you. I mean, as far as the city goes, we don't have adequate fire and police. And this is just me. But I've got a lot of things that I can back up what I'm saying. And we don't have any kind of, our police and fire are not adequate. We need better. We've got great officers and we've got great firemen, but we need more. Look at all, and I know you've been here to look at this, or you wouldn't be here this evening. Look out on Gallatin Road, 31E right there, what we're doing. We've been looking at paving and realigning projects in this town for over 20 years, and we're just getting them now. So your plan of service, good luck. Because we can sit here all day long and say, oh yeah, we meet the minimum requirements of planning and service for you. But I'm just going to be realistic and be upfront. We don't have it. We got to play catch up in this city. I look back at my years in office and I look back and I go, you know what, we should have done this and we should have done that. Or I wish that they would have agreed with me and we had done this and we had done that, but they didn't, and that's okay. But we're paying the price for it now. I mean, we really are. And I mean no disrespect to you, but I don't know why the board is being, and I'm glad they're being nice to you, but I'm not going to be nice to you. Because this is the issue that this city has to step forward to. Because we've got a future, this city's got a future about annexation, not to the north of us, to that town up north. But out this way, we've got, we have the possibility of annexation. But we shouldn't even annex anybody until we're ready to get these major roads being paved and where they can drive them, where they don't get hit riding a bicycle. And that happens in this town. It happens, more than I'd like to see. But I want you to be put on notice that, at least there's one alderman right here that I'm not questioning your motives or by any means at all, because I don't know you. But you don't live here, and we live here. We've lived here for 20 and sometimes 30 years, and some people have lived here for 5 years, and they go, man, this place is getting crowded. And we're not doing anything really. We're pushing it. We've got a board of aldermen right now that have done, and I will tell you, and I look back at all the boards of aldermen that I had served on, I don't know of another one that's really been this good about trying to get our infrastructure in order, but we are desperately trying to do it, and we're succeeding in it. Yeah, it's not fast enough for me, but you know how government works. We're slow as Christmas on everything, but we are succeeding. Now, maybe in a couple, I'm gonna say, I wouldn't even say a couple of years, but I would say in probably a 5-year to 10-year plan, this would probably come to you and open a different, I would be talking to you differently. Now, that's just me. But as of tonight, I won't be voting for the plan of service because I disagree with what, we don't have that to provide the people out here tonight. We do not. And as far as the first reading, and I don't care whether I'm breaking the sunshine law or not, I don't care. I'm not voting for the ordinance 2518, and I'm not voting for any other thing else that has to deal with the annexation of this property. And because I can't see it, and I would be and I'll close, Mayor, it would be an injustice and a disservice to the people of Hendersonville as a whole and to the residents that live out here to vote for something like this. So, Mayor, y'all know where I stand on it, and I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Skidmore. Keith, can you come help us out? Alderman Evans, I'm going to get to you in just a second. I need to ask Keith a couple questions. You look very disappointed that I didn't get to you next. You want me to go? Well, so here's my question for Keith, is that we did have some interest about the county zoning designation in the city. If this board votes down the first item of the plan of services, does that preclude them from coming back with the county plan to us?
Yeah, so if you deny the plan of services and then additionally go ahead just to clean it up, deny the plan development, and then the owner applicant had a different plan that was less units, it could come back and start back through that process.
Okay. Is there any time threshold there?
There is a year. So typically, if you do something and it gets denied, then typically I don't allow it to be it's in our zoning ordinance. I don't allow it to be resubmitted, although, as the planning director, I determine if it's substantially different enough.
If they go from 60 houses to 40 houses, that's substantial.
Yeah, from 60 to 50 would probably,
Okay. And it would still have to go back to the planning commission also.
That's correct. It'd go back through that process. So it could do that, but if it was substantially the same, then it would need to wait a year before it resubmit.
Okay, so here's my recommendation. Alderman Evans, I know you're ready to vote. Here's my recommendation is that after we vote on this one, we need to have Keith come back here and explain what the best option is after that. So, Alderman Evans.
I want to call for a vote, please.
There we go. You're the only one there, so do we want to take a motion to close discussion, or should we just vote? Just vote?
Just vote.
Okay, okay. Jason, you ready for us? Okay, so we're voting on Resolution 2025-32, this resolution on the proposed plan of services for property being annexed located at 1765 Avant Lane. All those in favor, press the green. All those opposed, press the red. Who are we missing? So that fails unanimously, okay? So Keith, or the developer, if you want to speak, can we take on this next item if we just voted down the plan of services?
No, I don't believe so, because the plan of services is the first leg of the annexation, and so this took that out. If there was a motion to deny this, I've had a chance to think about it back there after I'd answered earlier. I
Okay.
think probably the simplest thing is if there's a motion to deny because lack of status that the annexation is progressing because of the failure of the plan of services to be adopted.
Or it could be withdrawn by the sponsor.
Right.
Okay, so if it's withdrawn by the sponsor, it doesn't take a vote up here, and they would still have to go back to the planning commission, still have to come back here with a request for plan of services, even if
Yes.
we don't even vote on this.
Yes. Yeah, either way, they would have to start all over if they resubmitted.
You want to make a motion or not? We have two options really right now, well, a couple more than that. So we can make a motion that we approve this item right here, or it could be withdrawn.
Motion to deny.
Well, can we have a motion to deny an item on, we would just vote it down, wouldn't we?
Yeah, either one. It's really just, it's just to clean it up, just to have it clean would be to take a vote, or it could be withdrawn because of the failure of the plan of services. Either way would be fine, but it just needs to be tidied up.
Alderman Martin, you're the sponsor. Would you like to withdraw it, or would you like to motion that we approve it?
Let's go ahead and make a motion to approve it.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Alderman Sassy. Do we have any discussion on this? Okay. So we are on first reading of ordinance 2025-18. This is an ordinance rezoning 32.8 acres of property located at 1765 Avant Lane, south of Old Drakes Creek Road and west of Avant Lane, and to approve the Crestwater Comprehensive Development Plan to govern said property. If we vote this down, they cannot come back for a year without substantial differences. Is that right, Keith? Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of ordinance 2025-18, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. That fails unanimously. Alderman Dixon, would you like to make a motion for us, please?
I would like to make a motion to take a brief break.
Okay, do I have a second? We have a second from Alderman Collins. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. We are going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you all. Jason, I think we're ready. Okay. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2025-16. This is an ordinance amending budget ordinance 2025-09, recognizing and compensating Hendersonville Fire Chief Scotty Bush for certain vacation carryover hours in excess of the maximum carryover. Alderman Evans.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we, discuss this, but I'll make a motion to issue, I'll just discuss that more in just a minute. So I
Okay.
just want to make a motion that we,
Okay. I need a second, and then I'll come back to you.
thank you.
We have a second from Alderman Bergdorf. Alderman Evans, go ahead.
Okay, we all know this has been an issue that's been discussed for months, originating, at least for me, back at the grievance hearing that we had last year with Chief Bush. Chief Bush has been allowed to carry over his vacation hours for over a decade. Most of these hours that we're talking about go back to 2016 to 2018. But the reason he's been allowed to do this is with an understanding that he would try to use some of these each year. However, he's accumulated a significant amount of unused vacation time, has not been able to use those for various reasons, and some of those reasons have been because in the beginning, when he was made fire chief, he didn't have an assistant chief for a number of months, almost a year. COVID happened, opening of a new fire hall. All of these things add up to the point where you don't have the staff, you don't have the leadership to be able to allow people to take needed vacation. Last month, Director Gallo confirmed that all city employees except Chief Bush follow this current HR policy on vacation carryover. Chief Bush has been allowed to carry over his hours even into 2025. And I do want to say that I believe that this is an attempt on both sides to be able to work a solution and resolve this. So there's no harm, no foul on either side in bringing this to a conclusion. I feel like that this should have been addressed. This should have been a resolution long before now. It shouldn't have come to this point. There is precedent where this has happened before. Yes, it is for people when they retire. And I do know that we have a policy that now that allows employees to use any of these hours to go towards their service hours for retirement. But as you know, I want to all of you to look at it. It's difficult for anyone to use their vacation up in 1 year, especially when it's a department head and it's somebody that is has been in a position that they are and they accrue as many hours as they do. However, it happened. He's been allowed to accumulate these hours. And to resolve this and to move forward, I propose allowing Chief Bush to be paid for his 349 hours, excess vacation hours upon retirement or departure from the city of Hendersonville as fire chief. While this is a significant financial outlay, it is the right thing to do given his commitment and service to the city. And in my opinion, it's a small price to pay for his services. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Evans. Alderman Robertson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I have said, anytime a legislator body gets involved in personnel, we screw it up. We need to leave personnel matters like this to the professionals, I believe. Just a little background before I make my comments. This matter came to my attention, I think about 7 months ago. I understood that employees were losing their vacation time if it was over the maximum time allowed. I didn't think that was right. I didn't think that any employee should lose vacation time over the maximum they can carry. So that's why I co-sponsored a resolution to pretty much mirror what the state does, the TCRS. When I was an employee of the state, I too, like Chief Bush, accumulated a lot of vacation time. We had hearings, and I just worked, and I didn't take many vacations. But when I retired, all of the time over the maximum that you could carry went to the sick leave for years of service. So I thought that was a good, even approach to address losing vacation time. As the board knows, I have an amendment that I have submitted, and Lance distributed that yesterday. So you have that. I'm sure that you have studied that. But as a preface, I want to address this matter on the basis of principle, precedent, and perception, not personality. I question the policy and the outcome of this ordinance, not the person that would benefit from it. The issue is the purpose and application of vacation policy under city personnel rules and regulations that have been in effect since 2005. BOMA in 2005 passed a resolution, 2005-5, and I happened to see Alderman Skidmore, that you and your mother were on the board at that time, and they both voted for this ordinance, as did the mayor. He was an alderman at the time. It passed the board unanimous. And that resolution kind of laid the groundwork, the legal groundwork, of the limitations of vacation time. So the governing document, I believe, in this is Resolution 2005-5. Ordinance that is before us tonight, 2025-16, carves out a single exception to the vacation policy for one employee, seemingly without justification. The fundamental question is whether the vacation policy of the city will be uniformly and equally applied to all employees per Resolution 2005-5. In summary, the resolution and current personnel policy limit the number of vacation hours an employee can carry over from one year to the next. This limitation is designed to protect the public treasury of the city and treat all employees equally. I cannot grant for one employee the exclusive privilege of cashing out vacation time at retirement over the maximum allowable amount that would not be granted to all other employees. Doing so, I believe, could violate the equal treatment under the law principle. Over time, dozens of city employees, including many from the fire department, have lost vacation time per the policy in effect. For example, records show that Chief Jones and Department Director Jason Gallo both lost vacation hours in 2024 due to the adherence of the policy. They were not granted the same cash benefit to carry over that this ordinance allows. Chief Bush. The passing of this ordinance, I believe, would open up the city to significant monetary risk caused by other employees seeking equal treatment for unused vacation time. In fact, in my opinion, and I'm not an attorney, been around a lot of attorneys in my life, I think it would be legally difficult for the city to deny both past and future similar claims. If this ordinance passes, I think it would set and further a dangerous precedent. So I had to ask myself this question: how do you think other employees will feel that have lost vacation time in the past in adherence to the policy when we make an exception for one employee to cash out vacation time over the maximum allowable at retirement in violation of the policy? I think it is bound to produce a flurry of grievances of discriminatory treatment from other city employees seeking equal treatment. This ordinance, I believe, is also likely to cause morale problems with other employees who feel they may have been discriminated against, that one employee receives something that they cannot. As Alderman Evans mentioned, last year I chaired a grievance committee where Chief Bush alleged unequal treatment of personnel pay policies between he and Chief Jones. The grievance alleged that the Chief of Police received preferential treatment regarding educational pay that he was not granted. The claim was that pay policies were not being equally implemented between similar situated employees. He asked in his grievance that the discrimination be corrected and pay policies be levelized. The issue is the same here, but the roles to me seem reversed. Ironically, in opposing this ordinance, I find myself using similar arguments used by Chief Bush's attorney in the grievance complaint. The committee ruled unanimously to accept the settlement agreement between Chief Bush and the city regarding the allegations of unequal applications of policy. It is interesting to note that on the grievance hearing, I upset the mayor. On this ordinance, I'm upsetting the chief, I'm sure. Reminds me of refereeing football. When I refereed football, if the visiting team committed a violation or holding, say a holding violation, and I didn't call the same thing on the home team, well, I'd be run out of town. So here what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be consistent. Ordinance 2025-16 revisits the sticky issue of unequal application of pay policies for employees. In order for me to be consistent with the previous grievance hearing, I cannot approve an ordinance that seeks to establish and further a precedent policy of preferential treatment. The principle, fair to all, partial to none, is an essential element in good public administration. I don't want Chief Bush to be treated any worse or any better than other employees. All employees matter. Opponents of my amendment will say that I am taking away Chief Bush's vacation time, but on the contrary, my amendment is honoring what the mayor offered to the chief in 2022 and not taking anything away from the chief, but only treating him the same way all present employees are being treated. It does appear to me that Mayor Clary, as we heard in public comments tonight, that Mayor Clary gave Chief Bush in 2022 3 years to spend down his excessive vacation time. I did not know this when I co-sponsored the resolution about moving it over to vacation to sick leave so that you years of service. In fact, I talked to both chiefs when I was before I introduced that resolution, and both of them said that they were okay with it. They thought it was a good idea. If I had known that there was an agreement, I would not have put a limit of December the 31st this year on that resolution. I feel it is ethical for us to honor the mayor's resolution to the chief of being able to use it for 3 years. What this amendment does is that Chief Bush will have until January the 1st, 2027 to use down his vacation time. And anything left over that time, over the maximum allowable, will go into the sick bank for years of service. There are several Rotarians in this room. One pillar of the Rotarian four-way test is it fair to all concerned? I believe my amendment meets that standard of fair to all concerned because it will treat all employees the same. And I urge the board to vote in favor of my amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second from Alderman Dixon. Alderman Goodwin.
I just have a question, and I don't know if you can answer this or Jesse. How many other employees fall under this that aren't included in this? And can you tell us how we got in this situation? don't know how it's.
Yeah, so I was gonna wait till later, there's a couple other people will speak, but I'll go ahead and hand these out now. This is a staff report that I prepared that will answer that question. It's not an easy answer, how do we get in this situation? Let me hand these out here. There's 6 for that way. 6, and then if anybody wants. This is a staff report that was. This is a staff report that was originally part of the ordinance. There's a little bit of confusion between me and Jesse. He wrote one, I wrote one. I pulled up some information that I had from long before. But the sponsor decided to remove mine and go with the one that wasn't quite as comprehensive. So, again, long answer. So Ron Minix had vacation carryovers that became noticeable in 1991. He had 275 hours. In 2005, the board took action to prevent similar problems like that in the future. They passed Resolution 2005-05, but Ron was grandfathered. That removed, instead of removing the excess that he had, he was grandfathered and was allowed to keep it. By the end of 2011, Ron's vacation accumulation was 435 hours. Mayor Foster allowed Ron to carry over excess vacation numerous times with a promise that Ron, when his department became fully staffed, would use more vacation. Meanwhile, Ron was accumulating more vacation time, not less. Specifically, Ron would take off every Friday. That was the agreement they had. This was to avoid a large payout by the city. Coming into office in 2016, I enforced that agreement with Ron. Nevertheless, when he retired, he still hadn't used up all his excess vacation time. He was about even, between the time when I came in and the time when he left, but he still had 436.45 hours of vacation time accumulated. And upon his retirement, the board voted to pay Ron $25,382 for unused vacation time. The board did not put that in the budget. The board voted on that specific item and then put it in the budget as an amendment. In order to prevent future vacation payouts, BOMA adopted Resolution 1993-11 and Resolution 2005-05. Together, those resolutions specified, it's important you look at 1993-11 also, that employees could retain a limited number of vacation hours until they retire. Upon retirement, they will be paid for those hours based on their hourly wage at the time of retirement. That limited number equals the total of vacation hours an employee can earn in a calendar year. If they earn 40 hours during 1 year, they can retain those 40 hours until retirement. If longevity as an employee later provided them 80 hours of vacation per calendar year, that employee could then retain 80 hours. Above the maximum carryover number is that excess. As each December comes to an end, HR staff notifies city staff that they have excess vacation time to use before the end of December. The excess will be removed to return the employee to their maximum carryover amount. I give you an example here. If an employee, I give you some extent how it can be extended. If an employee anticipates that on January 31st, that deadline is going to be a problem, according to the resolution, these two resolutions, they may request a 2-month extension from the mayor, allowing them until March 31st to use the excess. I've had a policy since I first came in. If you contact me by the deadline, which is December 31st, and you say, I need more time to use my vacation, I will always sign that waiver. I don't care what the excuse is. I will always sign that waiver, giving you additional 2 months. The other part that's important about the extension is that after 2 months, after December 31st, the mayor can only extend the deadline for employees who have been called to military duty. That's the only way that I'm allowed to go beyond March 31st. So, those resolutions give the mayor no authority to extend the use of excess vacation time beyond 1 year from the end of the calendar year it was earned. Here's the example. An employee who earns 80 hours of vacation in a calendar year but reaches March 31st of the following year with 90 hours, they lose 10 hours. They're going to still have excess vacation, but they lose those 10, and that's what we've been practicing with multiple employees over several years. The resolution 2005-05 has no provision for paying employees for vacation time they do not use. There's no such thing. As mayor, like I said, I had a well-known policy of granting all 2-month extension waivers, regardless of the reason, and I've let everybody know that. So, for the vacation time earned in 2016, for all employees, Chris Taylor, Assistant HR Director, sent an email to several employees, including Chief Bush. The email reminded them of the resolution regarding vacation. Per our rules, all excess vacation carryover must be used by March 31st, 2017. Taylor included a copy of Resolution 2005-05 in his email. He explained that the only waiver the mayor can approve beyond March 31st would be for employees called to active military duty by the President of the United States. Chris did the same thing before 2017. He sent another email to several employees, including Chief Bush, reminding them of the policies that they would lose their excess vacation unless they used it. His words were, any approved vacation carryover must be used by March 31st, 2018. In April of 2019, Chris Taylor then reminded me that Ron Minix had an agreement with previous mayors, and Minix retired a few months later. And that's when the board voted to pay him $25,382. That was per the agreement of previous mayors that the board honored. In October 2019, Chief Bush filed a grievance based on the retirement payout for Minix. At that time, there were three primary differences between Chief Bush's vacation situation and Ron Minix's situation, and Alderman Evans sort of hit on this a little bit. That first off, Chief Bush did not have an agreement with the city to accumulate excess vacation time above the allowance in 2005-05. Remember, Ron Minix had an agreement with the mayor to continue storing that excess vacation. The other difference was that there had been no previous request to carry over excess vacation by Chief Bush beyond March 31st. And Chief Bush was not retiring. Specifically, Chief Bush was asking for restoration, and this is in October 2019 and part of the grievance. Chief Bush was asking for restoration of 2016 vacation hours from calendar year 2017, 2018, and 2019. Before that, Chief Bush had not asked to carry over excess. He just came back and asked that those be restored there. At that point, he was entitled to carry over only 168 hours of vacation. He was not asking for payment then. He was asking to use those vacation hours he had lost. In fact, he met with me, and he suggested an agreement, and I agreed with that. I'll get to that in a minute. And that's something that Alderman Robertson, I didn't interrupt you, but it wasn't agreement that I worked out. It was an agreement that Chief Bush worked out. That was his suggestion. And he agreed in that suggestion that he would use his restored vacation time before December 31st, 2021. You've got a copy of that agreement in here. But he would use his expired vacation, he would use his vacation time before December 31st if it was restored of 2021. 2 years later, with the extension deadline passed, Chief Bush requested another year to use his restored vacation time. He did that in email, January 2021, and you've got that too, to Interim City Administrator Dave Lamar. Chief Bush wrote, I'm asking if we can extend the deadline to use this up by the end of December 2022. Dave Lamar approved, and again, the request was not for pay, but for the use of excessive vacation time that had expired again. As the next deadline approached, Chief Bush submitted a vacation carryover request to me. This is December 2022. And Chief Bush asked to carry over 332 vacation hours, again, agreeing to use those hours over the next couple years. Again, this is what he presented to me, and I agreed. Again, we can talk about the legality of that in a little while. Jesse Ackernroth was more specific, though. He and Chief Bush agreed that Chief Bush would use the excess vacation time within 3 years. Alderman Robertson and Alderman Evans both spoke about that. A year later, early 2024, Jesse noticed that Chief Bush's excess vacation time was increasing, not decreasing. So Jesse sent me an email. I sent an email to Chief Bush suggesting that Chief Bush provide a plan to use that excess vacation. Again, we're going back to the agreement that he provided to us, that he would use it, and that wasn't happening. So Jesse asked for a plan. And then specifically on January 10th, 2025, Jesse emailed Chief Bush, and he wrote, I have spoken with Mayor Clary, and he was fine with allowing you to extend your carryover beyond the standard time limit. I advised that, he continues writing, Mayor Clary's advisement to use at least half the carryover this year, 2025, and the remaining amount during the next year, 2026. So by December of 2026, there's no excess carryover. I don't believe there's any obligation to allow excess vacation carryover, but nonetheless, that is what he recommended. That was me, what I recommended. And I would recommend that you submit a plan to Mayor Clary for his approval so we can have our T's crossed and our I's dotted. I don't think Mayor Clary would need specifics on vacation dates, just something general to state that 50% will be used this year and 50% next year. Let me skip down a couple paragraphs here. Separately, Jesse noticed that some firefighters were carrying excess vacation hours at the beginning of January 2025. Jesse asked Chief Bush, are there plans in place for the firefighters who had carryover vacation to use the excess by the deadline? Chief Bush replied that same day. All staff have been advised to use that carryover time before March 31st. Some have already used it or are in the process of using it. We wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get other requests from other employees. The firefighters were told they had to use it at the same time that Chief Bush was telling us that he wanted to have that extended. Let's see. Let me go to page 4 here. Even though this ordinance, an amendment to the budget, the one that we have in front of us, does not specify amount, the vacation time will be multiplied by Chief Bush's hourly rate at the time of his retirement. So the amount that's in there could actually fluctuate. His currently hourly rate is $86.32. The total payout for that time, his current salary, today, right now, will be $30,125. Likely, though, that sum will increase as his pay is increased or as he accumulates more vacation time. So the $30,000 figure you have will definitely change. Additionally, as an employee hired prior to 1997, Chief Bush will be paid half of his sick time when he retires. At his current salary, his 4,438 accumulated hours of sick time will cost the city $195,814. If the board decides to pay Chief Bush for his excess vacation, as Alderman Robertson said, other employees will expect similar treatment even though it violates previous ordinance and resolutions. What am I to do in that situation? Those employees include firefighters who have lost excess vacation and all staff who have lost excess vacation. If the board decides to provide equal treatment to the people in the future, as we're providing right here, the board will need to decide how far back those losses should be considered. The day of adoption of Resolution 1993-11 would be the earliest date to consider. That would be March of 1993. Since March of 1993, we have had people lose excess vacation, not be able to take the vacation, and never gave them the opportunity to ask to be paid out. So, several other firefighters and department employees, fire department employees, have lost excess vacation time in the calendar year 2016 because they did not use it by March 31st. And here's a list of those. Joseph Brown lost 15 hours, Mike Brown 3, Gabe Hanna 5, Thomas Jenkins 14, Tim Lovell 1, Joseph Richmond 12, John Schoonmaker 7, Michael Wilson 46, Ron Minix 91, Brenda Moore 8, Jim Jones 1, Joseph Brush 15, Fred Rogers 24, Debbie Trisdale 4, Christina Anglia 32. These are people that when it got to March 31st, they lost vacation days. They weren't ever given the opportunity to have those extended, and they weren't given the opportunity to be paid for that. 10 other employees lost excess vacation time from calendar year 2018 because they did not use it. They are Hal Scarborough of the fire department. He lost 30. Tim Lovell, fire, 12. William Hart, 24, fire. Gabe Hanna, 56, fire. Matt Elliott, 63, fire. Corey Jones, a half hour in fire. Travis Merriman, 12 in fire. Jim Jones, 4 in police. Timothy Witten, 2 in planning. And Trace Burkett, 68. He lost 68 hours. Since 2016, Chief Bush has been awarded 168 vacation hours per year. Per Resolution 2005-05, he's allowed to carry over 168 hours beyond March 31st of the following year. Since 2018, Mayor Clary has allowed Chief Bush to carry over more than 168 hours. Again, we can talk about the legalities of that and how much I am culpable for that. These are the number of hours that I allowed Chief Bush to carry over. In 2016, 98. In 2017, 88. 2018, 216. He was only allowed 168 per the resolutions and the ordinances. 2019, 244. Again, only allowed 168. 2020, 276 hours, 2021, 312, 2022, 332 hours, 2023, 368 hours, 2024, 381 hours. Again, the maximum per our resolution ordinances were just 168. So I appreciate you asking how we got to this. If y'all want to criticize me, go ahead. I was in a situation where I had a grievance filed against me, and the best way to get out of it was to agree with what Chief Bush was asking. A year later, I saw that there was going to be a grievance filed again when he asked me if he could continue to hold on to his excess. Again, I agreed with him and gave him preferential treatment. If you want to blame me, go ahead. Then Dave Lamar did that, and then Jesse and I did that again. I'm the reason we got here, and I apologize for that. I thought that more people knew about this situation, but when Alderman Collins brought it up, I think just 2 weeks ago, that she didn't know about this agreement, I realized that possibly I hadn't let everybody know. It was mentioned in the Management Review Committee. So again, if you want to blame me for this situation, feel free. But my point in all this is that Chief Bush presented an agreement to me, and I signed it. We have an agreement. We have an agreement right now. He asked me to extend his vacation time multiple times, and I did that. In the staff summary that you just heard, you can see his signature or his email that he sent, that he was in agreement with those. He wanted those agreements, and he agreed to the extensions. I hope the board will let the current agreement stay in place. That's what Alderman Robertson's amendment does. Alderman Goodwin, back to you, or are you finished?
I'm finished for now.
Okay. Alderman Bergdorf.
Hey, thank you. That was extensive and thorough. So, yes, you, Mayor, just, or if I could ask Mr. Gallo, would you suspend the rules to let me ask Mr. Gallo a question?
Oh, we don't have to suspend the rules.
Oh, we don't? Okay.
Not for
All right.
employees.
Oh, okay, good. Not for employees?
Not for employees.
Oh, well, you learn something new every day, don't you? Since looking at the two ordinances, and one we saw in finance that Alderman Evans put forth here, he identifies, and so does many of these. These are almost mirrored. Very often, to the mayor's credit, he did extend the request. He extended the request, okay? And he worked in good faith to extend the request. But who, as I'm going to just ask the question, who is the CEO of the city?
CEO of the city is the mayor.
The mayor. Okay. So looking at this ordinance, what is the chief complaint with the Evans ordinance or the Robertson amendment? What's the chief difference?
That might be a Robertson question.
Okay.
I don't know that Jason has seen it. Do you?
Okay, sorry. Okay, all right. You've not seen it. Okay, so Alderman Robertson, can you describe, again, just briefly, what is the main difference between the two ordinances?
Well, with
the amendment and your friendly amendment here.
Sure. With Alderman Evans's ordinance, it does not set a time that the chief has to use the vacation time. So that vacation time would be paid out when he retires. My ordinance follows the agreement that I understand. It was a gentleman's agreement that Chief Bush would try to use, that he would spend down his vacation time. So I am honoring the agreement that the mayor and Chief Bush agreed to use his vacation time. So in a year, about a year and a half, if you look at it, Chief Bush has to use his vacation time over the maximum allowable up to January the 1st, 2027. And if there's any left that's over the maximum, it goes into sick leave to be used of years of service. Now, what that agreement,
So there's no payout.
well, if the chief retires before that, January the 1st, 27, whatever sick leave or whatever vacation leave he has will be paid out. That's per city policy, right, Jason?
That's correct.
So, but we're hoping that the spirit of the agreement between the mayor and Chief Bush will be honored, and that the chief will maybe take off Fridays or maybe take off 2 or 3 weeks, to try to spend. All I'm trying to do is to be fair and to be all employees would be treated the same. But I'm also I'm watching the purse strings of the city. I mean, what's the fiscal note on this? 38,000. That's not pocket change. I mean, that's not my money. That's the taxpayer money. So I think the amendment that I have is a compromise amendment. It just sets a time when he has to use it, or it will revert to sick leave.
Okay, so you've set a time frame to encourage, you will use the word encourage, use of the sick leave, of the vacation hours, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, but the other ordinance does not. The original ordinance does not set a time frame. Why is it so important to set a time frame?
Well, I'll explain it this way, because excessive vacation time was not designed to be a 401K. And what the ordinance would allow is for it, let's say, and I'm not encouraging Chief Bush to retire. I think he does a great job as a chief. I mean, he has my support as being the head of the fire department. But every time he gets a pay increase, the cost of the payout goes up. So I'm trying to minimize the dollar figure of the payout that we're going to have to eventually pay Chief Bush.
I understand that, but that's a commitment we made when we as the city hire these individuals to take care of us. It's life in the big city, as my dad's best friend, who's an attorney, told him one day. That's life in the big city, Jay. What we need, I think that I'm finished asking my question. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Bergdorf, thank you. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, you asked us if we wanted to blame you to go ahead. So I guess what I'm saying is I blame you. No, I'm just kidding. There is a book. It's called Turning the Ship. It's a leadership book. I'm sure some up here have read it. It's one of the best leadership books I've ever read, and I've read a room full of them. And I actually heard the author speak for a couple hours on his book, and it was really, really good. And it was written by a naval captain, and how he saw leadership. And a couple of the points that he made is that everyone on that ship reports to him, but he works for them. They work for the ship, okay? So it's his job to report to them, to help them with their jobs, right? And an example he gave was when I walk into the mess hall, they all spread and let me eat first, but I always step back and ask my men to eat first because they run the ship. He is exhibiting leadership in that my men needs to eat before me. And as I look at this report, which I have to confess I had never seen some of this data before, we've got a lot of fire employees who lost hours. And tons of them, and most of them still work here. And I'm taken back by the fact that they've lost hours, but their leadership is asking to be compensated for their hours. And so I'm just taken back by that, and I just want people, I'm sorry, I want this board to consider that and think about that, and how we should look at it to be a leader. I'm going to support Alderman Roberson's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Dixon. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. My microphone's a little weird today, as you can see, so let me know if you can't hear me too well. Or if I sound funny, tinny. So, thank you for the in-depth information here, the timeline of everything that happened here. And I'm going to ask questions directly to you, Mayor, if that's okay. Who else knew about this as it was, through this timeline, who else knew that this was occurring?
That's a good question. Always Chief Bush knew about it. When Jesse came on, Jesse knew about it. When Dave Lamar was here, Dave knew about it. HR knew about it. You see their emails from Chris Taylor. Jason knew about it when he came on. The Management Review Committee knew about it once we had the hearing. I think that's about it.
Okay. And so, as I understand, the resolution 2025-5 allows, well, it says, regular full-time and part-time employees may accumulate and carry forward from one calendar year to the next up to a year's allowed accumulation. In the event an employee has a greater accumulation than his maximum entitlement at the end of a calendar year, the carry forward amount will be reduced to the maximum. In extenuating circumstances, the mayor may waive, this is basically what you just specified. And then you also mentioned this part, mayor may waive carryover limitation, and any excess carryover hours must be taken by December 31st of the following year if they're called the active duty military. So I'm frankly, I'm a little confused how, I mean, you said it yourself, the legality of it, and I am very concerned about that. How was he able year over year, and I know you laid it all out, but legally, how was he able to carry all this over year? I mean, I heard it was a gentleman's agreement. I heard someone say that, or maybe a handshake agreement, or, just it was an agreement between the two, but where was that specified that that was taking place? I guess I'm really confused on that aspect.
That's fine. So you see an email, you see a signed agreement, page 9 is one of them. Let's see. Let's see, page 10 is also one of them, then page 11 is one of them. It was never brought to a committee, it was never brought to the board because it's a personnel issue. That might not be a real good excuse, to be honest with you.
Well, I do want to say I really do appreciate you being honest and open with us on this. That means a lot to me. I'm very much about honesty, and that's integrity. So let me just say that. I do think there needs to be accountability, though, at the same time. And we can discuss that at another time. But so at the time that this was taking place, like we're seeing it starting at 2018 timeframe, was, and I guess, can we, Chief Bush, since he is a staff, can we bring him up to discuss?
Absolutely.
Chief Bush, if you mind.
Yeah, we're talking about him.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So were you aware of the policy that was in effect, the 2005-5 resolution that said that you could only carry over a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was your intent for asking for those additional hours to be carried over?
Based off the fact that a previous employee was allowed to be paid out 432 hours prior to the same agreement, ordinance. This happened in 2019. So why am I the only one that's being held accountable or having hours taken away? So when I made chief in 2015, it was interim. 2016 in January, when the mayor come in, he come in and took, I don't want to say 200 and something hours away from me, right off the bat. I didn't have an assistant chief. It was difficult for me to be off. I tried to plead my case. He didn't want to listen to it. The day before it was to go to management review, he came in my office and agreed to give me my time back. That's all documented. It's all in emails between the HR director, myself, and the mayor. My grounds are the simple fact that we did it for somebody in 2019. Why me? And then I'll go back to 2024 when we had the management review. It was going to be the second one, but it's truly the first one, when Mr. Ray sat there, when Ms. Dixon raised the question about you can't grieve pay, and before I had a chance to say I'm not grieving pay, I'm grieving the process that led to the pay, Mr. Ray said that department heads do not fall under the rules and regulations. So there's a lot of miscommunications about who falls under what rules, what regulations. I also have an email from the HR director from 2020 that said during the COVID era that any excess vacation was going to be allowed to be carried over with no stipulation of when that was to be used.
Who
Chris
made that?
Taylor. He was the HR director at that time. And that's
Say that again, please.
in 2020 during COVID, during the period of whatever you want to call it, there was an email that sent out about vacation accruals that said due to the impending situation that we were in, all city employees were allowed to carry over hours and no deadline of when those were supposed to be used. And I have a copy of that email as well.
And what year was that? That was
2020.
Okay.
Now, I also have some other things. If you would like for me to share that with you, that's totally up to you guys if you want to hear it or don't want to hear it.
Well, and just a moment, if it comes up, we may
Yes, sir.
want to hear that. I mean, Chief, I'm really just man to man reading this. You know, we were elected to do what's best for the city, but primarily best for the citizens, and then staff as well, though, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the mayor should not have entered into this agreement with you. I think we're all pretty clear on that. But you knew the rules too. And so that's why I'm struggling with this. You said in 2020 that you got that letter. I'm going to want to see that letter, that email or letter, because 2020 it says you had 276 hours, which to that point, as I understand it, should have only been 168. Shouldn't have been 276 until that email came. Is that wrong?
So I'm not sure when that letter came out. I don't have it memorized, but I can certainly send you all a copy of that letter. So I don't know when the hours, right, you're supposed to have. I accrue 14 hours every month of vacation leave. So it's 168 for the year. But if you got to remember, if I was awarded back 220 something, 230 hours, 2 hours, or 2 years prior to that, I'm trying to use it all up, and it's very difficult. I've used 3.5 to 4 weeks of vacation every year since 2019. And you tell me anywhere in any working environment where a department head should take off more than four weeks a year of vacation leave.
I agree.
And then over the last 2 or 3 years, my staff has struggled to be able to take off what kind of leader, going back to Ms. Dixon's point about a book, and what kind of leader would I be if I was off every Friday or every Monday when my staff are struggling to take off?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is Jesse Eckenroth here?
He is.
There he is. So, in 2020, are you aware of this letter that Chief Bush has mentioned?
No, I wasn't here until 2021.
Okay. So apparently, we're going to get a copy of this letter, but there was apparently a letter indicating that these hours could be carried over. But my understanding is, up until that point, it should have only been 168 hours. If there is this letter, would you concur with that? That up until that point, because in 2028 we have 216, 2019 we have 244, 2020 we have 276, but the maximum carryover is 168. So I'm struggling to understand why it was above 168 up until that point.
There was an exception for Chief Bush to carry more time over granted by the mayor. It should be 168 because the policy says that every employee can only carry over a year's allotment. So if your year's allotment is 168, you only carry over 168. And then that vacation carryover that the mayor approves, that's for the next 3 months. So the vacation hours get trued up every year. So every year HR goes into the system and they true up vacation hours for every employee according to their year's allotment. So at that point, 168 was a year's allotment for Chief Bush. And it's so that 168 is the max accrual. So anyone who's been here a length of time will have that same 168 hours that they're allowed to carry forward every year. There's, I think, 4 brackets of vacation hours, so that's the top bracket of vacation hours.
So by ordinance or by resolution, was there any authority to carry over more than 168 hours?
There wasn't.
Yeah, I think it's pretty loose, just that we did it.
Say that again.
I think it's pretty loose for us to be able to do that without something. I wasn't privy to some of these agreements that happened, the discussion that happened before my time here.
Okay.
This is.
So, thank you, Jesse. I think my next question's for Mr. Gallo. So, under our current benefits, vacation benefits package, if an employee meets their maximum, let's take Chief Bush out of the equation right now. So they meet their maximum of 168, and every single year they have this 168, they never use vacation, they retire. Is it that we are going to pay them out for that 168 hours?
Could be higher than that, because remember in January they can roll over the 168. So if they decide to retire, most often people retire in June, like June 30. So it'll be higher. It'll be another half of that. So it could be higher than that. And yeah, by the time they retire, then that higher amount is paid out.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Alderman Sassy, thank you. Alderman Bergdorf.
I think Alderman Evans was.
Oh, you haven't
before
spoken
me.
yet. If you want me to go to Alderman Evans.
Yeah, go to Alderman
Okay,
Evans.
we'll do it. Okay, hit your button
He's
again
the-
for me, please. There we go. Alderman Evans.
Just a clarification, Bergdorf has spoken, but I really feel like I need to clarify a few things, so I appreciate everybody and the comments that they're making. But I'm looking at a list that was provided me by Mr. Eckenroth, and it has to do with the department heads, and I know there's some other people, but these department heads and their allowable carryover. But when we're talking about in 2020, Alderman Sassy, you were talking about the 168 and the 276. That's totals. It's not, it was 276 that the 168 is included. I just want to be clear of that. So So what we're talking about is we're talking about 168 that's allowable, just using 2020 as an example. 276 was over the 168 that he could carry over. So I just want to be clear there. Some of the things that were said, and I appreciate the conversation that we're having around the fact that this has gone on without any clear governance, without any authority, if you will. And again, I'm not blaming anybody, and Mayor, I'm not blaming you or anybody before you or at all. But that's part of the reason, that's the main reason why I'm bringing this to us, is because we just keep pushing this ball down the road. We keep, for years we've said, okay, we're going to allow this to happen, we're going to allow this to happen, and we've not brought any resolution to this. When I look at what's been allowed to happen for the last roughly 10 years, he's not been able to use his hours. And the fact that we have a precedent, and it doesn't matter to me that it was a former mayor or it was agreed upon, but we have a precedent where this happened with Ron Minix in the past. This has happened before, and we paid him 436 hours of vacation that he didn't use. But then a while ago, you mentioned that he lost 91 hours. So I'm confused with some of the information that's being shared when we're saying that we paid him 436 hours, but he lost 91 hours. So that doesn't reconcile with me. But that's not a, and I was confused by why in my ordinance, there's a confusion on what we're talking about with the dollar amount. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying about the fact that it could change, but those things do happen. What's being put in there, it's $38,100. That is his pay plus the benefits and everything that goes with it. It's $38,000 for these excessive hours. So I want to be clear on that. And while we talk about the agreement, whatever it may be, but there has been a verbal implied agreement between the mayor and all these other people with Chief Bush that we would allow him to do this, and we've continued to do that. We can't, at this late date, pull it out from under him and say that he can't do this. So I'm going to say a couple of things, and then I'm going to ask something. But while I appreciate the trying to find a compromise in this situation, this amendment forces Chief Bush to do one of three things. And in my opinion, I think any one of these would be detrimental to Chief Bush, to his family, to his department, and to the city. If we accept this amendment, then number one, Chief Bush will need to try and use 168 hours of the current year plus the 349 hours he's accumulated, which is over the allowable amount. That's 517 hours, which is equal to 3 months of vacation that he would have to take. We're talking about 15 months, and we're going to ask a very long-tenured employee, a very important department head running our fire department, to take off 3 months in order for him to use these hours up. That would leave our fire department having to cover his position for 1/4 of the year, and them not having the flexibility to hire someone to cover his position or cover whoever is taking his position. And in my opinion, that would stretch an already razor-thin department even more. Number two, Chief Bush would take as much time as he could without straining the department any more than it already is, but in the end, he might lose some hours at the end of 2026, and that they would go to his sick leave toward retirement. That's one option he has. Or, number three, it forces Chief Bush to retire earlier than he wants to get what he has earned and he deserves. Some other thoughts, and we've talked about, we heard about the sick leave, the sick hours he's accumulated. Chief Bush doesn't need any more sick time added. at his retirement, the city will be required to pay half of his unused sick leave, and we've heard the dollar figure, roughly $195,000. Then the other half would go towards retirement for his years of service, according to the established city policy. The ordinance that I presented without the amendment allows Chief Bush the dignity of retiring when he wants and on his own terms. He's a long-tenured servant of the city of Hendersonville, and he deserves that much. If you vote for this amendment, then you're forcing him to decide to possibly retire early so he doesn't lose the vacation time he's accumulated. If he does this, the city would still be required to pay him for this time, and that's been validated by Director Gallo. We would just have to pay it earlier than necessary. My ordinance, without the amendment, pays the chief without any strings. He doesn't lose any time. It doesn't force him to be away any longer than necessary from the job he loves, and it doesn't force him to make a difficult decision for himself and for his family. And with that, I'd like to ask Chief Bush to come back to the podium. And Chief, I feel like that a while ago when you were speaking, that probably there were some other things that you might like to say. And I want to give you the opportunity that, because this is your life. This is, we're making a decision about you and Janelle, and I want to give you the opportunity to say anything if you want.
Thank you. First and foremost, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. This amendment to the ordinance tonight puts me in a very difficult position. It feels as though I'm not being asked to make a decision that could directly impact my family's financial security and potentially force me into retirement before I am ready, after serving this city with dedication for over 38 years. What is being proposed tonight under the banner of fairness and equity feels more like a retroactive attempt to limit or diminish a commitment the city has already made. It has been stated that in 2019, my expired vacation time was restored by current administration. To clarify that, my vacation time was taken from me and given back to me prior to the management review grievance process. When the day before that hearing, all of my vacation time was returned to me in a one lump sum, not as a special favor, but a result of due process. During this entire time, I continued to accrue leave like every other city employee. It has also been suggested that I was supposed to use all that vacation time within 2 years. While I certainly made an effort, the reality of our work in public safety, especially during historical, challenging times, didn't always make that feasible. 2019, I used 31.25 days, 6.25 weeks of vacation, along with other approved days off, a clear indication that I was actively trying to reduce this balance. In 2020, during the height of COVID-19 and all its uncertainties, I still used 20 days, 4 weeks. I was out of the country and sat on daily staff meetings and never charged the city back time for what was going on back here while I was out of the country. That's when the memo came out that said we could extend our carryover with no defined time limit. And I will provide a copy of that. In 2021, while I enrolled in the Certified Public Manager course with full approval from leadership, I used 19.5 days, 3.9 weeks. That program was a year-long program that I was committed to that instilled me to be in a program while still working. In 2022, while managing tornado recovery efforts and being enrolled in the Executive Fire Officer program, again accepted by the current administration, I took 21.25 days, 4.2 weeks. In 2023, again during a year of recovery and leadership responsibilities, I used 18.87 days, 3.77 weeks. These numbers show consistent use of vacation time, all while managing a department, responding to natural disasters, and pursuing advanced leadership education opportunities, all of which benefited the city and its residents. Lastly, I feel it's important to note that in 2019, another city staff member was allowed to cash out. I now know that it's 436 when I was told by the HR director it was 432 under the same administration. Meanwhile, I've been told to simply use it or lose it. The disparity in how policies are applied is clear. This is not about politics or personal attacks. It's about truth, clarity, and ensuring that public narratives don't misrepresent the dedication and integrity of public servants. This is not just about me. Thank you to those who continue to support and advocate for fairness and accuracy.
That's all. Thank you. Chief Bush, you have another second. Who told you to use it or lose it? Who was it?
You've told me that on several occasions.
I told you to use it or lose it?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Can you give me any evidence of that? Any emails, any conversations, any notes?
I can tell you conversations. I mean, do I have them written down? Absolutely not. But yes, you have told me that.
Okay, because that's contrary to what your emails say in here in your own agreement proposal.
I certainly, that is my signature. I'm not hid from that whatsoever.
So another question.
But I'm saying on the side conversations, you have told me to use it or lose it. That's exactly correct. You told me that back in 2019 when you took it from me.
Well, and then I turned around and signed an agreement that you gave to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderman Evans, you asked a question I thought was a good one, and about, hold it, Chief Bush, is about the conditions during the fire department during different times, lack of a assistant chief for 7 months, COVID staffing. So Chief Bush, just a couple months ago, the conditions were the same for you and your staff back in January. When you were asked, are there plans in, and I'm reading from an email from Jesse, to you, are there plans in place for the firefighters who had carryover vacation to use the excess by the deadline? And you responded an email back, all staff have been advised to use their carryover time before March 31st. If all the conditions were the same, how come you told your staff to use it, but you weren't using it?
It was a directive from you. That's why it was a directive from you. They had to use it by March 31st, or it was going to be taken from them.
There's nothing in here that, where do you say it's a directive from me? Isn't that the ordinance and resolution we passed? Not me. Why do you say it's from me?
Okay, it's from the board, whatever you want to call it. Yes, sure.
Okay. So I guess I'm having a hard time with it. I appreciate that. So Alderman Evans, let me ask you to help me out. So if the conditions in the fire department were so that we need to do something for Chief Bush's vacation, how come in your proposed ordinance you didn't include the other firefighters?
My reason for doing that was because his hours were excessive. He's been allowed to carry over these whenever, and everybody, and that's what I was trying to get at too, is the fact that Director Gallo mentioned it. He was asked by Alderman Robertson who is under this this policy, and Director Gallo said all employees are under the HR policy with the exception of Chief Bush. We have treated Chief Bush differently, and I think because the fact that he's a long tenured employee, the fact that he's an employee prior to 1997, we have treated it differently, and that's why I'm bringing it up just for Chief Bush and not for the others.
But you just described one of our employees here who lost 63 hours in the fire department, another one with 56 hours. Why are we not including them in this? Why are we concerned about just one person's and not everybody in the fire? If we're going to do this, we need to do this for all the employees of the fire department. Why don't you think so?
The ones that you're mentioning there go back to when?
This is 2019.
Okay, 2019. They've not been allowed to carry theirs over. We've allowed Chief Bush to carry, and that wasn't me. That was you that did that. So you allowed Chief Bush to continue to carry over his hours year after year. You were the one that did not allow anybody else to carry those over.
Well, not necessarily. They never asked, and it was the HR policy. HR was following that policy. So what I'm just having a hard time.
Okay, but there it goes again. If you look back at what they've asked, they didn't present a form to ask those hours to be carried over. Chief Bush did. Chief Bush has asked to have his hours be considered.
I think
others did not.
I got to be honest with you. I think it's unfair that we're taking care of one person in the fire department but not the other ones. Very, very, very much the case.
I disagree
so
with you.
What about other employees such as Trace? I mean, he lost 65 hours.
Again, he had the opportunity. Did he turn in a form to have those hours
So we don't,
extended.
so by the way, we don't have a form to ask for excess hours.
Well,
You-
but that's-
You file a grievance is what you do.
Well, no, but there's
To carry it over till March 31st, yes, we have a form, but after that,
no carryover request form.
so.
Did Trace turn in one?
He turned in, I believe, a couple times to March 31st.
Okay.
But then he lost his excess.
Okay.
And so we have no form to ask for it after that.
Again, my point being that the fact that we did not allow anybody, but we have allowed Chief Bush to do this for years, for a decade now, that's why it's different.
So because they didn't ask, they're not getting it. You're not concerned with them. Alderman Bergdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to offer Alderman Robertson amendment to an amendment to his amendment. Can we do that?
We can, so we're at one level now, we can go to a second level.
Tell me again, I'm sorry.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Okay. It's a simple amendment, and it's putting your amendment, Alderman Robertson, closer to what the nature of the First Amendment was, so we can have that discussion. The second part in red, everything else on the amendment that Alderman Robertson proposes, up until we do all the red there until the second whereas on the back page. And we come back to where the red, where it says Chief Bush's 349 carryover vacation hours shall be available for his use through 2025 and 2026 with full cash-out provision. I would like to strike some of these things. I would like to strike out should. I will put at retirement and strike out occur before January 1st, 2027. And then strike out and if after that. Following that, I want to strike and put for. I can't even write my reading.
We're lost.
If I just had a whiteboard, I could do this. A pie chart, yeah. So, so the red, where the red begins, Chief Bush's 349 carryover hours. Keep that up until you go all the way through the second line there. It says cash out provisions. Instead of should, you strike out should and put at retirement. Then you go and strike out occur before January 1st, 2027, and if. You strike that out. And then that's what I want to put there. Then, going below there to where after the red 2026, December 31st, 2025, and then red 2026, they struck out, Alderman Robertson struck 2025, so we'll keep 2026. That's done. Then the red, that's good. Okay, he struck that. Good. Then the red below that, all the red below in that paragraph will be struck. Then.
6, period?
Correct.
Okay.
Then the last paragraph, after the red, beginning at the red, where Chief Bush's 349 carryover vacation hours shall be available for his use, including a cash-out provision upon separation, period. And the rest is struck.
Do we have a,
Thank you.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Alderman Robertson, did you second that? No, Alderman Evans. Okay. So now we're going to speak just on this. I'm going to go to Alderman Robertson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm confused about following it. Maybe I've had a long day, but is there any way that we could take a short recess and let Alderman Bergdorf work with Lance to clean up and provide us a copy that we can read.
So we do have a couple other people wishing to speak. However, at this point, since it has a second, they need to speak specifically on the amendment. So it might make sense to
So-
take a break.
Okay. Yeah, I would like, before I pass judgment, I want to see in black and white what Alderman Bergdorf is suggesting. It sounds like to me it's identical to Alderman Evans's original ordinance, but I'd like to see it in writing so that I could verify that.
Okay, so we have a motion, and a second for the amendment. Alderman Robertson, do you want to make a motion, take a
I
five-minute
make a
break?
motion to take a recess, and during that, if Alderman Bergdorf would work with General Counsel to draft something that would substitute for this language so that I could see it in writing.
Okay, and we have a second from Alderman Goodwin. All those in favor of taking a 5-minute break, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Alderman Sassy and Alderman Collins, y'all were next in the queue, but now we have something different to talk about. Okay. On the amendment, because we, okay, so we need to speak about Alderman Bergdorf's amendment at this point, and he sort of needs to explain it. Okay, thank you.
I was going to explain it.
Okay. Okay. Lance, go ahead.
So basically, it's the same as the original ordinance from Alderman Evans, except with Alderman Bergdorf wants to keep the Alderman Robertson's whereases, in red, the first three whereases in red, wants to keep those. And as to the last whereas, the only other change would be where it says in Mark's, I'm sorry, Alderman Robertson, Alderman Evans is, where it says December 31st, 2025, that would be changed to December 31st, 2026. So it would read that any of Chief Bush's 349 carry-over vacation hours in excess of the maximum that remain unused as of December 31st, 2026 will be paid to Chief Bush at the time of his separation from employment with the city. So it's essentially Alderman Evans's original ordinance, except for the two whereases and the 1 year change from 2025 to 2026.
Hold on. Alderman Bergdorf, go ahead.
Thank you. One other little bit, and you can tell me if it's clear or not. With the which whereas is that after the three red whereases, the fourth black whereas, where it reads, Chief Bush's 349 carryover vacation hours shall be available for his use through 2025 and 2026 with full cash-out provision at retirement. Was that included in your assumption?
That specific language wasn't, but it's the net effect. It's the same.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Because Chief Bush would have until December 31st, 2026 to use it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. What do you need? Are you good at that? I'm good. Okay. Alderman Robertson.
Yes. I can't support that. I want to honor the agreement that was made between the chief and the mayor that gave him 3 years to use down his vacation time. So that was an agreement that they made, and I think it would be unethical for us to not honor that agreement. I agree with what has been said. I don't think the mayor had the authority to do it under 2005-5 resolution. But he did, and I want to honor that. So I can't agree with the amendment at this time. I do have a question, though, if I can ask.
Is it on the amendment?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. It's a finance question. No, I think, Jason, I think you be the one to best answer.
Chandler doesn't seem to mind that.
You sure?
So, what is the maximum number of hours that all employees could cash out vacation time? That's if they play it perfectly. I tried to play it perfectly when I retired, when I left the state, but the governor changed my plans a little bit. So what is the maximum allowable? What I'm trying to do, board, is craft something that everybody can take advantage of. So what would be that, Jason? I know 168 hours, right? Mm-hmm. And then if they play it perfect.
Times 2.
Times 2 is how many?
336.
336 hours. $336, and right now, Alderman Evans is giving him 349 hours. Correct?
That's my understanding.
No, but there's another 168.
There would be, Jason, am I
Yes, sir.
correct that more would be accumulated?
Yes.
More could be accumulated, so the 349 is separate than the carryover.
Yeah, 570.
Okay. Alderman,
All right, let's get the numbers clear.
Okay.
So, Chief Bush can legally carry over 168 hours, right?
Mm-hmm, that's correct.
And then if it's played perfectly, he could also carry over another 168 hours.
Correct.
And that's how much?
336.
336.
So, total,
Okay,
right.
total. Okay. And all employees can do that.
That is correct.
That's available to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So 336 under that scenario. So under Alderman Evans's, how many hours total vacation time would he be able to cash out?
So we're setting aside, and correct me on the numbers, 349 that we're taking and setting aside? If it's
Yeah, I think
unused?
that's what his ordinance says, 349.
Yes.
So then playing it perfectly and then adding the 349 to it. So it's the 336 plus 349.
Correct.
Yeah. Again, I can't support the unequal treatment of the pay policy on vacation. I mean, I'd be willing to guarantee him 336 hours. But that's a long way from what Alderman Evans is offering to provide. So, okay, yeah, the best that I understand, I can't support the amendment to my amendment because I think it's actually just the same as Alderman Evans's original. Tell me, Alderman Bergdorf, how is it different? How is it different?
Well, as you do, as you want to, and as we all want to put our best foot forward and give what the employee needs. Let's go ahead and break it down to just basic language here. Give what the employee needs. The employee was awarded, whether it's legal or not, his boss told him he was awarded these hours. That and the boss has testified to that. Is that correct, boss? Mayor?
I'll go with what I read in this report. I'm not sure what you have in mind, but what I read in here is absolutely accurate.
Okay. So those were granted, those hours were granted, and I will not, now as you will not, you say you will not give anybody any extra hours, I will not take anything that's been earned away from anyone. I will not vote to do that. That is why I proposed this amendment as a somewhat of a compromise, to go ahead and get us over the hump. We were going round and round in circles about who did what. But the problem we have right here is somebody needs to make a decision. May I call the question?
So there's a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Alderman Evans. So this requires, this is 2/3 vote, so it requires 9 in this situation. So I need to clear out everybody right here that has their button pressed. Hold on here. So we had a motion from Alderman Bergdorf, a second from Alderman Evans. So those in favor of calling the question, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. What's the question? The question is voting on Alderman Bergdorf's amendment. Oh, sorry. What do we need to do? Time out? Okay.
We're voting on the question.
We're just voting on ending debate about Alderman Bergdorf's amendment. So hold on.
Oh, we're ending debate.
Yes, about ending debate. What
Whether
do I
or
need to do, Jason? Oh, hold it. He can't hear me.
If you vote to end, okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. Just ending debate, right. So can we go ahead and vote now, Jason? Okay, so. We're just ending debate on Alderman Bergdorf's motion. We're not voting for it or against the motion. I'm not sure what you need me to do, Jason.
Can we just do a voice call?
Let's do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're voting yes, it's to end debate on Alderman Bergdorf's question, or Alderman Bergdorf's, oh, there we go. So if you vote yes, it's to end debate. If you vote no, we will continue to have debate. If it passes with 9 votes, then we will then vote on Alderman Bergdorf's amendment. So are we good, Jason? Nope? Okay, go ahead, Annette.
Okay, can you turn me on?
Oh, good point. There you go.
Bergdorf. Yes. Collins.
Yes.
Dixon.
No.
Evans. Yes. Garton. Garza.
Yes.
Goodwin.
No.
Martin.
Yes.
Robertson.
No.
Sassy.
Yes.
Skidmore.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
9 to 4.
Okay. So now we have Alderman Bergdorf's amendment. No more discussion on that. Lance.
It is, absolutely.
Yeah, that's my question.
The cash out provision of funds, like the very last red paragraph is not a part of the amendment.
This is Alderman Evans's ordinance, essentially, except 2 or 3 of the whereases in red from Alderman Robertson. And then there's one provision that it changes from 2025 to 2026 at the end of the year that Chief Bush could still use it.
All of the red after that is gone.
Yes, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that, thank you.
Okay. Those in favor, so those in favor of the amendment, Jason, are we ready? Press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. This is Alderman Bergdorf's amendment. Alderman Sassy, Alderman Skidmore, there we go. Alderman Skidmore. This fails this fails 6 to 7. Those voting in favor of it, Alderman Bergdorf, Skidmore, Martin, Sassy, and Collins and Evans. Those voting against, Alderman Robertson, Garton, Goodwin, Dixon, myself, Alderman Garza, and Ward. So now we're back on Alderman Robertson's amendment. Hold on, Jason. Oh, there we go. Did you get it?
No, not on. I'll get it on the recording.
Okay, so now we're back to Alderman Robertson's amendment. We had a couple people who had pressed their buttons. I think Alderman Collins was one, and Alderman Sassy were one. I don't remember who was first. Alderman Collins.
I want to say 2 things. Alderman Roberson said that his motivation for the amendment is to, for his amendment is to provide, because it's $36,000 or $38,000, and he's watching the purse strings, and because that's not pocket change. So if that's not pocket change for the city that has a $63 million budget, it certainly is not pocket change for a family. And I feel like this puts a big financial incentive on retirement for our fire chief, and I don't think that's appropriate. The other thing that I want to say is that I want to ask Mayor Clary, are you going to bring an amendment during the second reading to include that list of people that lost their hours?
I'll have to think on that, because what we'd be doing is we'd be continuing to make more and more exceptions. I'll have to
Okay.
think on that, because we have several
Because
firefighters in there.
the way you were questioning Alderman Evans, I assumed that's what you thought was appropriate.
I just don't understand why we have people that work under this person that weren't told that they need to go and get their excess vacation time restored. I don't understand that. If in my situation, if I were the director of the
Well, I mean,
department.
I can't speak to that, obviously. But I'm assuming that I was assuming you were gonna bring an amendment.
So that's a possibility. If I were director of the department and I had just been restored excess vacation time, I would let my employees know, you need to go ask for restored vacation time.
So, and you were saying a lot of things about, in the fire department, I would encourage you to not just do one department, but if you're gonna offer an amendment like that, do
Okay,
everyone who it would apply to and let
appreciate
us
that.
discuss it.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So we're voting on Alderman Robertson's amendment. That's what you have here with red and black. So if you vote yes, you're voting for the amendment. If you vote no, you're voting against it. Jason, are we ready? Okay. All those in favor, press the green button. Those against, press the red one. Okay. So that passes 8-4. Hold on just a second, Jason. Voting in favor, Alderman Skidmore, Ward, Garza, Dixon, Goodwin, Garten, Robertson, and myself. Voting against, Alderman Bergdorf, Martin, Sassy, Collins, and Evans. Hold on just a second, Jason. Okay. Okay, thank you, Jason. So now we're back on the main motion, which has been substituted with what we have from Alderman Robertson. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of let's see, ordinance 2025-16 as it's been amended one time, press the green button. Those opposed, press the red one. So that passes 10-3. Those voting in favor, Alderman Skidmore, Ward, Martin, Sassy, Garza, myself, Alderman Dixon, Goodwin, Garten, Robertson. Those voting against, Alderman Evans, Collins, and Bergdorf. Thank you all. Now we're on to the next item. Second reading of ordinance 2025-17. This is an ordinance to amend Title III, Municipal Court, Chapter 3, City Court, Section 3-302 to increase city court costs pursuant to state law. What committee does this go through? Public Safety or Finance? Alderman Goodwin, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second from Alderman Garza. Any discussion on this? All those in favor of ordinance 2025-17, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Thank you all. Now we're on to first reading of ordinance 2025-19. This is an ordinance adopting revisions to the zoning ordinance of the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Alderman Martin. A motion, please.
Motion.
Okay. We have a second from Alderman Sassy. Any discussion on this? Alderman Goodwin? Oh, sorry. Did you press your button? No. Okay. All those in favor of ordinance 2025-19, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. Now we're on to resolution 2025-33. This is a resolution establishing City Hall special events policy. Alderman Collins.
I so move.
We have a motion from Alderman Collins, a second from Alderman Robertson. Either one of you, Alderman Collins, do you want to discuss?
Just if there are questions. I will just say that this is a result of the market that we've had here. And when we discussed it this last time, we said we need to actually have a policy. And so here's the policy. That's it.
Okay, appreciate that. Alderman Sassy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I read through this and I like the premise of it. There's just one little thing I wanted to add, a section on, and I don't even know how to word this, Lance, I would need your help, but a section just detailing the parking situation when these come up. Not parking on the grass, not, having sufficient parking for their event, and other items like that. Where they can park.
Yeah. I think Jesse might have some. Jesse, can you help us?
Yeah, it does require a site plan if we ask for one. So through that, I think staff could evaluate that would be one of the things that we would evaluate in the process. So I think we have the ability to do that, and certainly parking will be something that we consider
But the
within.
staff
So
will take care of that.
I think it's good the way it is.
Okay, then that's fine. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Sassy. Alderman Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Jesse, could you?
We need to note that.
Earlier this week, or maybe it was last week, my weeks are running together, you sent out the process as it is today. Is that correct? Is that what you emailed us? To use the parks process for events?
Yeah, this is somewhat mirrored after parks because we already have a lot of events that happen in parks. So we went to the park policy to try to make this as close as possible. It's not an exact replica, but we try to create consistency between the two.
Do you see the need to have two different ones?
The only thing that makes this different, it's allowed at City Hall. So if we said they are not allowed at City Hall and we just continue to have events at parks, then no, the parks event policy would cover it. So the only reason that this was written is because parks employees they're not going to be here on the weekends taking care of the City Hall facilities. They're just parks facilities.
Right.
So we had to carve something out if they're to be done at City Hall. But if it was not to be done at City Hall, the parks policy would cover any type of special event that would happen at the parks.
Okay. The handmade market, am I saying that right? Handmade market that we have here most of the summer. What do they pay for an event currently?
I think it was a one-time application fee of $200,
Okay.
and that's to use it for the season.
But with this new language, that would increase per event, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Significantly. I just wanted to point that out for the board because this market is, for a lot of folks in town who are using it as, they're on a fixed income, they use it to supplement their income and, anyway, what strain would this be putting on your employees for the city?
So this requires us to do a pre-walk to assess the facilities before an event happens. We check in during the event, so that would be typically on a Saturday or Sunday, so we're going to show up on a Saturday or Sunday.
Yep.
We're going to do a report post the event to make sure we capture any damage that happened, like, the mention of parking on the grass or hitting the pillars or any of that. So we'll have to produce the report. We'll also have to accept the application, accept the funds, talk to the applicant, make sure the traffic's good, look at the site layout. So there's some administrative work, and then we have to put it on the consent calendar for BOMA's approval. So we go through the application process, we put it on the calendar. So
Okay.
there is the administrative part, and then when the event happens, we will actually be on site before, during, and after.
Okay. So if we had an event, I know that in the past we've let clubs and other entities use like this room to meet. An example that I can think of is the Republican Women's have used it before. Would they be required to pay for is to use this room because this is on site and it's not a city-held event?
No, ma'am. We have a administrative policy that allows for use of City Hall facilities for non-commerce style. So if it's
Okay.
something that we deem as for the general public's benefit, it's not maybe for an individual vendor who's going to make profit, and we have the available space, we do have the ability with our existing administrative policies at no charge to have City Hall open.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it.
Alderman Dixon, you voiced some of my concerns. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of, where are we? Resolution 2025-33, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Appreciate that. Next, we're on to, consideration of changes to BOMA meeting schedule. So in November, we are scheduled right now to meet 2 days before Thanksgiving, but also, what was the other problem, Tamara? Oh, and actually the day after Veterans Day. So one of the ideas was, do we just combine those two meetings instead of meeting on the 2nd and 4th? Maybe we just meet on the 3rd. The reason we need to make a decision is because staff has to prepare and has to get things in the pipeline for us. Make sure, especially for applicants coming from the Planning Commission. Do y'all have a preference? It is very much up to the 13 of us on how we deal with that.
What were the dates again?
So the 12th?
That's a Wednesday.
The 11th, which is actually Veterans Day, okay? And then it would be the 25th, which is 2 days before Thanksgiving. I'm fine with all of those, but that may not be the case for people who travel. Alderman Collins.
Like you, I am fine with those, but I do not want, Veterans Day is a day that City Hall is closed. Staff doesn't need to then come in and support our meetings when it's supposed to be a paid holiday for them. And the Tuesday before Thanksgiving would really limit the staff's opportunity for vacation and time with family if they need to travel. So while I don't have travel plans for Thanksgiving, I do think we need to not meet on either of those days. And if Director Free is here, if he's saying we can accommodate for things coming through planning by having one meeting, that's what we need to do.
Do you have any thoughts? Do you just want to shake your head? Up?
I don't know.
It's okay.
We might have something, it's in November.
Okay. Okay. So our planning director said we might have something coming up in November. He's not sure.
So perhaps we need to wait until our next meeting to change the date?
That's an option also.
Because it's 11:08, I don't think it's fair to ask Director Frieden to remember his schedule at this time.
Anything else, Alderman Collins?
Nope.
Okay. Alderman Sassy.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a motion that we cancel the 11th and the 25th and have one on the 18th.
We have a second from Alderman Robertson. Any other discussion on this? Jesse, real quick, any concerns about that?
It's 11:08, so any concerns I have are probably invalid. I don't, not that I can think of.
Okay, so just so y'all know that it's always been my policy that I don't set or cancel committee meetings. That's going to be up to the chairman talking with the other members of the committee. Alderman Dixon.
Yeah, I just want to put it out there that I am on vacation out of state that week of the 18th.
Okay.
And it's paid for.
So any other discussion? All those in favor of canceling the meeting on November 11th and the meeting on November 25th and having a special meeting on November 18th, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. Okay, that passes 11-1. Alderman Bergdorf is no longer present, and Alderman Dixon votes no. We have brief committee reports. At 11:30, we are absolutely done. Am I right about that?
No, you got,
You have to vote if you want to go till midnight.
right.
Okay.
Plus you got the.
And we do have executive session that I'll be honest with y'all, it's probably going to take 20 minutes or so.
Motion to defer the executive session.
So hold it. You're not an alderman. Alderman. Well, first, Alderman Goodwin made a motion first.
We'll go to 12.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This has to pass by 2/3, so again, we need 9.
Come
So we
on,
have a motion and a
everybody, let's
second.
get it over
Is there
with.
any discussion on this? Huh? Oh. No, we need 8.
Why did he leave?
That's some quick math. Okay, so all those in favor of going past 11:30, Jason, you ready for us?
Can we
No.
just holler it out?
You want to call it?
I can.
Okay. Say aye, those opposed say no.
Can you turn me on?
All in
Good
favor?
point.
Turn the mic on.
Okay.
Bergdorf, oh, sorry. Collins?
Yes.
Dixon?
No.
Evans? Yes. Garton?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Garza?
Yes.
Goodwin?
Yes.
Martin? Yes. Robertson? Yes. Sassy?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Skidmore?
How to wake up.
Ward? No. Clary?
Yes.
Okay, that's 9.
Okay, so we can go past
Yeah.
11:30.
Yeah.
We cannot stay past midnight. Brief committee reports. Chairman Sassy.
I will try to make this as quick as
Fast.
possible. We had a reading of Resolution 2025-34, resolution to revise and update the fund balance and reserve policy for the city of Hendersonville, and we passed that unanimously. That'll be, and then we had an ordinance 25-21 ordinance amending the budget ordinance. Anyways, it's all money matters. It's coming to Bowman next time. But then we also had a great discussion on something the county is trying to collect from us, and I wanted to take a minute to read this. It's like 3 minutes, okay? I promise. 3 minutes, that's it. So, you know what, never mind. I'll send you my thoughts, but thanks.
Chairman Sassy, thank you. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works.
No report.
Thank you. Jesse, do you have a Bowman report?
I'll make this as quick as possible. Jason, if you pull up our website, while he's pulling that up, I just want to remind everyone that we have a graduation this Friday for our fire department. So at 11:30 at the event center for our graduates for in-house. So if you come out and support it, it'd be great. If you click on your government and then you go to boards and committees and go to the DEER committee, DEER Control, Monitoring and Control Committee. So Mr. Barrett and the DEER committee have really done an outstanding job with getting some traction on their goals for the year. We recently had a workshop. It was very positive. TWRA was here. They focused on urban bow hunting. USDA was here, and then the DEER committee members presented some information as well. They started a DEER a registry. So if you are a homeowner and you want folks to hunt your land, there is a directory on the city's website. So if you would click on, the directory, Jason, this is right on the website. So this will give information for hunters who are interested in hunting property owners' land. So that is on the website. There are certain requirements that we ask of them. So we haven't vetted these folks, but we are putting it out there as a resource. And there's also a link on here if you are a hunter and you want to sign up to be on this list. So this will be available for, again, folks who are property owners and they want people to hunt their land. So I'm going to cut it off at that. We're not going to go into that, Jason. Casey will put out some more information on social media here coming up in a week or two, but just wanted to give everyone an update on that. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Jesse. Next, we have an executive session, which can only include the members of the board and our city attorney. So we will be back in a few minutes. Alderman Garza. We have a motion to adjourn from Alderman Garza and a second from Alderman Collins. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Thank you all. Have a good, are you serious?